Okay, we've had an incident here. I can't believe the mix-up. I guess that's the problem with previewing some of the next day's stuff the night before, because it sounded familiar. But anyway, we have the real session to go here, so I'm going to start that, and we may accelerate it a bit at parts. So here we go.
Are all present. So at this time, Mr. Bailiff, if we could please have the jurors brought in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Don't think of it as Friday. Think of it as Free Fries Friday.
What's the secret behind the bounce? Everybody wants to know.
All right, Lee. Here's our president, Council Kramer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record on KCR 22-211624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. The state is continuing with presenting evidence in its case in chief. Court notes all the jurors are here, properly seated and accounted for. I understand they've all signed their juror affirmation today. Is that correct, Mr. Bailiff?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for that confirmation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, for your continued service and your continued compliance with the court's admonishment each evening when we break. The parties in the court appreciate it very much. At this time, then, the state was conducting direct examination of Dr. Angie Christensen, who has returned to the stand today. I'll remind you, Dr. Christensen, you're still under oath for your testimony. With that in mind, Ms. Smith, if you'd like to continue with your direct examination, you may.
Thank you, Hunter. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me return just briefly to item 16, if I may. Yesterday, when we were during your testimony, you mentioned that there were multiple sharp deficits in item 16. Do you recall?
Yes.
And I could not remember whether we had identified those for the jurors. So if you could, please take a look at State's Exhibit 181C. And if you could, there should be a pointer up there. I believe you had said there were 5 indications of sharp trauma in this part of the pelvis bone. Do I have that right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Could you identify those for the jurors, please?
So the one that I identified as number 1 is here. This one is alteration number 2. Number 3 here is actually visible on both sides of the synominate. So the one indicated by 3 is the same alteration, which is visible from both sides. And the same for number 4. This is number 4 from one side of the bone, which can also be observed on the other side. And alteration number 5 is here.
Okay. Now you said innominate. Did I say that right?
Innominate is the same as the hip bone.
Okay. And so, and this is which side of the head?
This is the left side.
Okay. And in identifying these various sharp items, you had indicated that some of these appeared inconsistent with dismemberment. Do I remember that?
Yes, the general location of these sharp alterations in the pelvic region is inconsistent with what's typically seen in cases of dismemberment.
Okay, in this particular bone.
Well, in these particular locations on the bone.
Okay. And so you did receive a lot of bones that were apart, correct?
Yes, many of the bones I received were disarticulated or separated from one another, and also fragmentary or
Okay.
in multiple pieces.
Okay, but this particular bone has some areas where some of the marks are inconsistent with dismemberment.
Inconsistent with what's typically seen in cases of dismemberment, yes, that
Okay.
I've or read about in case studies.
The other bones that you examined, did you examine vertebra? And when you examined vertebra, did you see evidence that is consistent of sharp trauma to the vertebra?
I did not see any sharp alterations on the vertebrae.
Okay.
But my recollection is that many of the vertebrae were either thermally altered or fragmentary in damage. So I can't exclude the possibility that sharp trauma was present and subsequently destroyed or not visible.
And I believe a little later pictures that, but I wanted to kind of put that in context for us. And so lots of bones, you can't comment on what was on the bones that had extensive thermal damage.
The ones that were thermally damaged are, for the most part, highly fragmentary, and I didn't observe any sharp traumas on those bones.
Okay. Doesn't mean they weren't there, it just means you didn't observe any.
I can't say one way or the other. I can't exclude the possibility, but of the material that I did examine, I did not find sharp alterations on those other bones other than these three.
Okay. And when you say these three, this is the first item we've talked about, item 16?
Yes, the left and right innominate and the sacrum.
Okay. And item 16 is the left.
Correct.
Woolite protects your favorites from fading, pilling, and stretching. Woolite, protect what you love.
Life's better under our roof because we're here to protect your dreams. American Family Insurance.
This remains item 16. It is Dates Exhibit 181E. Are these close-ups of those sharp trauma items you've discussed?
Yes, these are close-up views of several of the same sharp alterations in the previous photographs.
Okay. And in your report, I believe you used the word puncture. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact language I used in my report.
Okay.
If you would like me to refer to my report, I can do that.
No, I think that's okay. I just want to make sure I understood. When you say sharp alterations, it is not your job to say what instrument caused those.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Now you indicated three items. Let's take a look at states item 19. It's 181F. Or your item 19. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
This is the right innominate or right hip bone, annotated with arrows indicating sharp alterations.
Okay. And how many sharp alterations were in the right hip bone?
There were 6 on the right hip bone.
Okay. Could you identify those for the jurors just so it's clear?
Sure. 5 of the 6 are depicted in these photographs. Number 1 being here, 2 not visible in either of these 2 views, 3 and 4, and 5, which again is visible from both views and so indicated on both images, and alteration number 6.
Okay. And now, are these items consistent with other situations of dismemberment trauma, or inconsistent?
The location of these sharp alterations is not consistent with what I've previously observed in dismemberment cases.
And if I could, to orient us, let's take a look back at 182B. Just so that I understand what you mean, again, by hip bone. I put up 182B. Could you take a look at us and show us again that right hip bone?
This is the right hip bone.
So sometimes I think of the hip bone sort of like, when I'm carrying a baby, they're on my hip. So I think of it as that edge. Is that what you refer to as just the edge?
Yes, so that edge that you're talking about is called the iliac crest, and it's the part of the hip bone at the top side of the hip bone.
Okay. And so, but the entire hip bone extends down, correct?
Yes,
So the edge is what a lot of us think of is what you would call the iliac crest.
yes,
All right. But then the entire surface extends down into the pelvis.
correct.
All right. And so the items that you've identified and you pointed to it on States Exhibit 182B, that area of the pelvis is where again? If you could show us.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
No problem. That area of the lower pubis area is where?
That is located here.
Okay. And in that area, did you see evidence of sharp trauma?
I believe we did discuss one sharp trauma on the left hip bone yesterday.
Okay. And so when you're saying hip bone, you mean that the entire bone that kind of curves like a C?
Yes, the hip bone encompasses this entire portion here.
Okay. Let's take a look at States Exhibit 181F, which is another view of your item 19, which again is that right hip bone. Is that right?
Yes, but I think this might be the same one that we just looked at.
Oh, I
5
apologize.
of the 6.
Okay. And you've identified all of those, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you also take the radiograph and the x-rays of this one?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you 181G. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want me to zoom in if I can or no? I'm going to ask you to identify them on the radiograph.
Okay, I think I can do that from this
Okay.
view.
Can you please identify the items you've discussed and identified in the larger picture?
The sharp traumas?
Yes, ma'am.
So sharp trauma number 1, or what I've identified as number 1, is here. Number 2 is here. 3 and 4. 5, again, visible in both views and labeled on both views. And number 6.
Okay. And number 6 is in a regular color photo, correct?
Yes, number 6 is what's depicted in the photograph above.
Okay. And those are all evidence of sharp trauma to that area.
Yes.
And this area, and it may be just my view, so forgive me if I'm not oriented correctly. Which area is sharp trauma number 1 in? Is it towards the top of the hip bone or towards the bottom of sort of lower in the hip bone?
Number 1 is in the pubic region.
Okay. And number 2 would be where?
Number 2 is in a region called the ischial region. It's basically, if you would like to show the photograph of the bone, it might be easier for me to point it out there.
Do you want the diagram or the?
Sure, the diagram.
Sure.
So the ischium is basically this part right back here. So it's toward it's sort of the part of your hip that you're sitting on.
Okay. All right. Now you indicated there was a third bone. Is that documented in your items, the images of item 17,
Yes,
where we found the additional sharp trauma?
I believe that was item 17.
17, thank you. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
These are photographs taken as part of my examination.
Okay. Of what particular item?
This is can you move it down just a little bit?
Oh,
so I can
absolutely. I'm
see
sorry.
them?
It's hard for
Yep.
me to tell what
No, that's
is
okay.
visible.
This is the item 17 from which in these images here are still attached to several of the lumbar vertebrae.
New Clean Fresh Color Correcting calms and corrects skin tone and sensitivity instantly and over time from CoverGirl.
And did you identify any sharp trauma in this area?
Yes, there was one sharp alteration on the left side, which is indicated here, annotated number 1. And looking at the whole bone, that's approximately this location here.
And that is the sacrum?
That's the sacrum, yes.
Okay. Let me show you just for to orient us again. It states Exhibit 182A. Where is the sacrum in relation to the pelvis that you've shown us?
The sacrum makes up the back of the pelvis and the bottom of the spinal column.
Okay. So is it that item that appears to kind of be in the between the two hip bones?
Yes.
And that area towards the bottom is where you saw evidence of sharp trauma.
It's not toward the bottom, actually. It's, if you bring back
Sure.
the diagram, I can. Sure. That sharp trauma on the sacrum was approximately here.
And did that sharp trauma appear in any way sort of in line or near any other sharp trauma you saw?
There were sharp traumas on the left hip bone that were in that general area.
Okay. And let me show you an image, which appears to be an X-ray of item 17, which states 181I. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Sorry, it's hard to orient. There we go. And again, this is what area of the body?
This is the sacrum and 4 of the lumbar vertebrae.
Okay. And in this view, in the X-ray view, could you see any evidence of sharp trauma?
No.
Okay. And so the images of the sacrum that we previously saw had some evidence of sharp trauma.
Yes, it's just that it's not very easily visible in a radiograph like this.
Okay. Thank you. One moment, please. Let me check with the team. The state has nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Who will be doing cross-examination?
I will, Judge.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you may conduct your cross.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
You talked a little bit about how these the injuries that were on this particular case were not consistent with what you would normally see in a dismemberment type case, right?
That's correct.
And let's just go there. How many dismemberment cases do you think that you've done over your career?
A handful.
A handful? More than 10?
Probably fewer than 10.
Fewer than 10? Okay. So what makes, I guess I don't understand what's a typical dismemberment type case?
Well, in addition to my own case experience, I also am constantly reading the forensic literature, and I've read a number of case studies and reports and research papers related to dismemberment cases. Typically, the purpose of dismemberment is to disarticulate the body into smaller portions, and that is usually accomplished by cutting around joints, which is not what I observed in this case.
And what kind of, so you're not the tool mark expert, right? That goes to somebody else.
Correct.
I think you said that earlier.
Yes.
Okay. And so your job is to decide which bones were human and which ones were not human? Is that kind of what your job was on this particular case?
So in this case, the material was everything that I observed was human in origin, and I was asked to identify any signs of potential trauma on the skeletal remains. In my laboratory, our procedure, if there are traumas that may have been imparted by a tool, that those are additionally and further examined by our firearms and tool marks unit.
Okay. So everything that was sent to you, you knew were already human bones?
They were identified to me as being human remains, but as part of my examination, I did determine that they were human in origin, or in some cases, some of the bones, excuse me, were so fragmentary that I wasn't able to conclude that they were definitively human.
Okay. But your main job was to decide sharp trauma versus other types of trauma on the bones?
To identify and differentiate any trauma to determine what its potential source was, and as a means of narrowing down which bones might be examined by other units.
Okay. And so there was a lot of questioning and direction towards the hip area and the pelvic bone. The top of the femur comes up into a ball, right? Where the hip meets the femur?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And so some of the trauma was around the pelvic region in that particular area of the hip joint, right?
It was mostly on, most of the sharp traumas were on what's called the ilium, which is that big blade-like part of the pelvic bone.
Okay. But some of the trauma was on the near within inches of the ball joint of the femur, right?
I would have to look at the images again, but I don't think any of them were directly on that socket or that joint area.
Right. Not on that socket, but near that socket.
I mean, none of it is very far from that socket, depending because of the size of the bone. But yes, some of them were in that general neighborhood. I didn't measure the distance from the socket.
Okay. So when someone is so when someone is trying to dismember a body, what is your understanding of in your past cases? What is your understanding of how that's done? Is it generally? Let me withdraw that question. In this particular case, what types of instruments do you think were used based on your professional experience, based on your training, based on your research and your review of other articles? What types of instruments do you think were used on this particular case?
This is not within the scope of my examinations. This is the tool mark examiners.
Okay. So your job was just to define, or just to say, yes, this was some sort of trauma, and that then you move it on to somebody else to decide which type of trauma?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And how long did you review these bones? I mean, like, I guess I don't know how long it takes to take these bones, view them, do CT scans. How long was your particular job here?
I don't recall, but if you look at my examination notes, each page is dated. So my examination started on the date of the first page of my examination notes and ended on the date of my final report.
And do you have those examination notes with you?
I provided them to the prosecution when I walked in today, but I don't have them in front of me.
Okay, so if we got them in front of you, you'd be able to tell us?
Yes.
All right, let's do that.
All right, Mr. Bailey, if you please provide those to the witness.
Thank you. So in this case, I began my examination on August 23 of 2020 and completed my final report on September 22, 2020.
Okay. And was this the only case you worked on during the time between August 3rd and September 20?
I don't recall, but generally I'm only working one case at a time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Does the state have any redirect?
Very briefly, Judge.
Very well. Does the witness still have those case notes? Okay, let's have those returned, please.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, just a quick question. Defense counsel asked you, you can't tell what type of implement, what actual instrument caused the traumas you observed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. However, you have used the phrase sharp trauma.
Yes.
Why do you, if you can't tell the specific tool, how do you determine it was actually caused by sharp trauma?
So because sharp trauma refers to trauma that was imparted with an object with a very small surface area. And this can be differentiated from blunt trauma, which is trauma imparted by an object with a relatively large surface area, and projectile trauma, which is imparted by an object moving at a very high rate of speed with a small surface area.
Okay. And when you say small surface area, is that because of the size and shape of the trauma you saw inflicted on Tylee's bones?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith. That will conclude then the testimony of this witness. Is the witness allowed to be released from any subpoena?
The state would ask that she has stopped.
We have no objection.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. So thank you again for your testimony. You are excused and the bailiff will assist you out of the courtroom.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I take it Ms. Rawlings, you'll be calling the next witness? Very well. Who is the witness? Very well. We'll have them brought in and sworn.
If he keeps it closed, I think it's okay.
All right, now that the witness is sworn, I just have a couple of questions. Have you reviewed or seen or heard or read any of the trial testimony that's taken place in this case since it started?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just advise you then, please, as you are testifying, make verbal responses to any questions you're answering and try to avoid talking at the same time as any attorney questioning you so we can keep the record clear. With those ground rules in mind, Ms. Rawlings, if you'd like to inquire on, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Douglas Halapaska. That's DOUGLASHALEPASKA.
Thank you. Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Federal Bureau of Investigation Laboratory Division. I work at Quantico, Virginia, as a forensic examiner in the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit. Forensic examiner in the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit. Sure.
Can you explain what training and expertise you have to work as a physical scientist at the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit?
Okay. The training is essentially on-the-job training. For me, that training lasted a little over 2.5 years. When I first arrived in the unit, I received a lengthy and extensive training syllabus, which outlined a curriculum of study within the discipline of tool mark identification. During that time, I had the opportunity to be under the direct supervision of a senior qualified tool mark examiner. Throughout that training period, I was able to assist this qualified examiner with actual training samples as well as actual evidence samples as well. I was able to tour several firearms, ammunition, and tool manufacturing facilities, which is critical in the training period because it allows for us to actually firsthand see the examination or the manufacture of the tools themselves. Toward the end of the training, I was required to take and pass a series of written, competency, and oral examinations. And once I passed my final oral examinations, I then actually qualified as a firearms tool marks examiner within the FBI laboratory.
Thank you.
FBI laboratory is.
We are getting a little feedback on that microphone, but we're not able to make adjustments, unfortunately, today. We've had a little bit of a technical issue, and it's supposed to be improved, hopefully, over the noon hour, but we're sort of limited on ability to control that. So,
Could I try to not use the microphone, just project my voice? Would that be?
we still need the microphone to pick up the recording for the record, so maybe you can just actually push the mic a little away from you, potentially.
Okay. That was a pretty extensive answer. Do you have any other noteworthy information from your CV?
That I'm a member of the Association of Firearms and Tool Mark Examiner. That's a organization in which professional organization I'm a member of. They provide training. There's a yearly conference, and there's a journal with topics that arrive within the discipline. So that as well.
Thank you. You have been employed at the lab in Quantico for over 13 years now? Okay. And how is evidence submitted to the lab at Quantico?
The evidence arrives typically FedEx, but there are some hand-delivered evidence.
And once the evidence is received, what happens next?
The evidence arrives in the Evidence Management Unit, the acronym's EMU. They just assure that when the evidence arrives, that the packaging it arrived in is intact. They itemize the evidence. They enter the data from the evidence into a software system called Forensic Advantage. In it, they actually issue a unique identifier for the case, as well as unique identifiers for each piece of evidence. Most importantly, they put together an evidence plan. So there's different disciplines within the laboratory system. So they basically put together an examination plan. And they also deliver the evidence between the different units. So the different disciplines, once they're completed their examinations, they would just drop off that evidence in a particular evidence storage facility, and the evidence management personnel would actually pick it up and deliver it to the next unit.
So what process do you follow when evidence arrives at the firearms tool marks unit?
Okay. That evidence arrives in a drop-off facility, access to pickup facility as well for evidence. Once that arrives, either an examiner or a technician will pick up that evidence. Once that's done, if active examinations do not start, they will actually just place that evidence into a storage facility within the unit itself.
Do you recall what evidence you checked out of the evidence locker in reference to this case?
That would be items 16, 17, and 19.
And what agency did these bones come from?
They came from the Ada County Coroner's Office.
And do you know if there was an agency reference number associated with those bones?
Yes, there was.
Do you remember what that was?
I believe it was 2006-11-1 -61. But if you don't mind, would I check my notes?
Your Honor, may he refresh his recollection to verify that the number is correct?
Well, he can be provided his notes, and then we'll see if the defense has any objection to that.
I believe he has a closed copy of a folder up there that he can reference if that's okay.
Can I take a look at it?
Have you seen it?
I have not.
Okay, yeah, the defense is entitled to review that first.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Thomas, there's been a request that the witness be allowed to refresh their recollection using the notes. Is there any objection from the defense?
No objection.
All right, as you do that, Mr. Halapaska, please indicate if you are referring to your notes and don't just read off them, and close the file once you've refreshed your recollection. So you're testifying from memory and not from the notes themselves.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm just on the first page of my laboratory report, page 1 of 4. There's.
Are you reading? Is he reading from the note?
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
I think we just asked not to read
that's
that.
the.
Yes.
Mr. Halapaska, I had just asked you what the agency number was, and I think you wanted to just verify that your recitation was correct. So if you can just look and then.
Yes, it was 2006 11-61. That's correct.
Thank you. Now let's talk about how you review the evidence and draft a report. Can you explain what you do first?
Okay. There's a couple of terms and definitions I'd like to define. It may take a little while, but okay. The first thing I want to talk about is a tool.
You know, I'm going to ask that a question be asked. It seems like it was a very broad question, and now he's going to go into a narrative, I believe.
All right, I'll sustain that objection if you want to ask a new question, Ms. Rawlings.
So my question was what you do first. So if you could just give the first part of what you do when you're reviewing evidence and drafting your report, and then we can go forward.
The first thing I do is I review the evidence. So I remove the evidence from the evidence packaging, ensuring that the identifiers on that packaging are consistent with those within the forensic advantage system. Once that occurs, I'm actually going to start reviewing that evidence for any kind of tool marks. Once any kind of tool marks are identified, I'm actually going to document that in my notes. There's some worksheets that I add that information to, either imagery or handwritten.
And Mr. Halapaska, I think you mentioned you also use some definitions when you're crafting your notes. What are those?
Okay, so the first one is a tool. So the basic mechanical edge over subject, but in the discipline of tool mark identification, a tool can be thought of is when two objects will contact with each other, and the harder of the two objects is the tool, and the softer the two objects, the tool mark.
Okay, thank you. What do you do next in drafting your report?
When I'm drafting my report, I'm actually taking the information from my notes. The notes are used as reference to the report. The report's generated in Forensic Advantage, the software system for the laboratory, and then I generate the report from those notes.
And what specific items did you look at for your report?
Those would be items 16, 17, and 19.
Did you use something called casting material?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain what item that was and what casting material is?
I believe that was item 106. So anytime material is used from evidence items, it becomes secondary evidence. Casting material is basically a silicone-based compound. It's administered onto a surface as a thick liquid. Once that substance dries, it dries into a rubberized material, and it actually picks up castings of the item itself, the tool marks.
Thank you. And did you explain how you used that material in your analysis, the casting material?
Yes, there was a few items or tool marks on the items that I actually took castings of. So I actually took 5 castings from those evidence items, and that's what became item 106, which was the secondary evidence.
And that is specifically the casting material.
That is correct.
Does your report go through a review process?
Yes, it does.
Can you explain how that works?
It first goes through a technical review. That's where another qualified firearms and tool mark examiner reviews both my notes as well as my report for technical accuracy. Once that's completed, it goes through an administrative report or administrative review. That's done by another individual. Doesn't necessarily have to be a qualified tool mark examiner, and they're just checking for spelling and grammar accuracy, stuff like that.
And are there any other specific terms that you use when drafting your report that we should know about?
There's a handful of terms I like to define.
Okay.
The first one is, so I talked about a tool within the discipline. So when 2 objects come into forceful contact with each other, the softer of the 2 is tool mark. There's 2 types of tool marks. There's impressed and striated. An impressed mark occurs when the force onto an object is perpendicular. So the best way to kind of think about that is whenever you're at the beach, you got a bowling ball, you drop that bowling ball into the sand, you remove that bowling ball, that's your impression. Striated marks occur when both force is applied to an object almost perpendicular to the surface, and it generates striations or essentially scratch marks. Those are the only 2 types of tool marks that occur. There's 2 other important terms: class characteristics and individual characteristics.
Okay, what are class characteristics?
Okay, class characteristics are the general or measurable features of a specimen that would indicate a restricted group source or source population. These are design factors and are determined prior to manufacture. So what I'm talking about is tools. The best analogy I can think of right now is if you had 2 types of screwdrivers, one being a flathead screwdriver. If you were to use that flathead screwdriver to make an impression, that impression would have basically the general shape of a minus sign in mathematics, but it would also have other features. There would be measurable features such as the width of that tool head, as well as the length of it. Now, when I'm talking about the screwdriver, I'm only concerned with the working surface. So basically that part of the screwdriver that you're using to torque that screw, that's the only part I'm concerned with. That's the part that is manufactured. Other class characteristics are the manufacturing processes that occur on the working surface of that flathead screwdriver. So was that flathead screwdriver made, was it casted? Was it milled? Was it fractured? Finishing processes, grinding, bead blasting, coating. Those are class characteristics. The other kind of screwdriver, a Phillips head, an impressed mark from a Phillips head will look like a plus sign. So if I had tool marks that had the general impression of minus and plus, I have two separate source populations. So that is an easy way to think of class characteristics. Individual characteristics, they are the rapid and random imperfections that occur to a tool surface. These occur during the manufacturing process, and they're incidental to the manufacturing process. So the manufacturer does not intend for the working surface of these screwdrivers to have these marks on them. But these marks are what are used to source identify a tool mark back to a particular tool. And there's an examination process I could walk through looking at class characteristics in an individual, or is that?
What is that process, Mr. Halapaska?
Okay, so during the first half, as I told you earlier, I'm focused on documenting those class characteristics into my notes. So what I'm doing is I'm documenting those class characteristics into my notes. That's the first half of the examination process. Once that's done, I take all those different source populations of class characteristics, and I go to the next level of examination, which is the using the comparison microscope. So essentially, it's the microscopic examination of those individual characteristics. The best way to think of a comparison microscope is essentially you have two compound microscopes with an optical bridge, which allows me to look at two separate samples under the same viewing field, under the same magnification. So at that time, I'm actually looking at patterns of similarity between those two samples. And that's what I use to source identify a tool mark back to a particular tool. That's it. That's in a nutshell, essentially the examination process.
Thank you. Turning your attention to the items you examined in your report, the first item that you examined was numbered 16. Do you remember what that was?
It was a bone.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibits 180A through L. And I would note for the record that defense counsel and the court has been provided courtesy copies.
All right.
And Mr. Halapaska, there is water in the picture if you need any water.
Thank you.
If I could have just a second with counsel.
Yes. Mr. Thomas, if you'd like to, why don't you walk over here? We'll turn on the white noise. Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have that available, but still, if you walk over here, it's better than over there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Halapaska, will you take a minute and look at each of those pages, those images? Thank you. Do you recognize those images?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I recognize them based on some information that I actually wrote on the bone. Anytime I wrote any kind of identifier on the bone, I would write my initials as well as digital boxes and lettering that I've added to the to the photographs.
Okay. And when were these photos taken approximately?
Between the examination period, which I believe was from February of 2021 to October of 2021.
And you mentioned that some of the photographs have marks on them and some appear to have writing on the bones. Did you place those marks on the photographs and the bones?
Yes, I did.
Are these images a true and accurate depiction of the bones that you analyzed?
They are.
And besides the marks that you made on the photographs or the bones, are there any material alterations or deletions to the images?
No, there were not.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibits 180A through L.
Any objection from the defense?
With the explanation of the photographs where he's written on the actual bones and on the photographs, I have no objection to their admission.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thomas. So exhibits 180A through L are all admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have permission to publish those to the jury?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
So, Mr. Halapaska, the first, I know I have a softer voice, so I'm going to place on the Elmo as 180A. Maybe this will be, no, because we want the scale. How about that? Does that work?
That's good.
Okay. All right. And what bone is this?
I believe that's the hip bone or the pelvic region.
Okay. Can you walk us through your analysis of this bone?
Would it be possible for me to clarify a few terms I'm going to be using repeatedly through all these images?
All right. What terms that you need to clarify that we haven't gone over?
Action type, stabbing action, chopping, and compressive force.
Okay. So what's
compressive force?
So I think you said the first one was action type?
Yes.
What
so
is
action
that?
type for a stabbing action, it could be thought of as essentially force that's being generated from the tip of a tool onto a surface. So that energy will be focused on a single point of that tool. A chopping action you could think of as essentially when that energy is being delivered from a bladed tool along the long axis of that cutting surface. Compressive force I use in my report basically just to outline any kind of damage to the bone that I was unable to determine any kind of class characteristics other than the fact that some force was applied onto it.
Okay. Was that all the terms that you needed to clarify?
I believe so.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't want to miss any. So with regard to Exhibit 180A, I believe there are 4 areas that are kind of outlined on this. Do you have a laser pointer up there with you?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to use it?
I would.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you'd please just walk us through those areas.
Okay, so you can see the bone here, and these are actually the outlines, the digital outline that I drew around the damaged regions, and then I lettered each one of them. So starting with A, that I determined was a cause from a stabbing type action. Over to B here, which was a chopping type action, and then C and D, chopping type action.
Okay. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 180B.
If it's possible, could I just focus on the top image? I mean, for now.
All right, so with regard to State's Exhibit 180B, this top image, what does that show?
This is a region A, which I said was caused from a stabbing action. You can see here I've actually written on the bone A, and then next to it is my initials DJH. The illustrations, I have those there essentially to kind of outline the damage that was occurred to the bone.
So this image is a close-up of image, or what was marked as tool mark A in the previous photo, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And the reason I took the close-up image is what I was trying to do is I was trying to document the damage that occurred to the bone. It's a little difficult to see here, but you could actually see some of the bone here has begun to fracture, and the force of the impact came down at a perpendicular angle. So this fracturing that's occurring here has been driven into the bone. The bone actually has a hard layer, and there's a hollow layer inside. So this penetrated that hard layer into the hollow layer, and actually I don't capture it here, but there was damage that was occurred onto the other side of the bone that was occurred from here. What's not captured on the screen is the arrow right here. There's actual radial cracks coming out of the damaged area right here.
I wanna be with you everywhere.
That I was trying to actually in this photograph.
And what other actions did you take in reviewing or analyzing tool mark A on this hip bone?
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, first half of my examination is focused on those class characteristics. The second half, I'm wanting to actually identify those individual characteristics. I was examining it, looking for those individual characteristics. I was unable to locate any. So that's when I decided to catch that kind of comes with thick liquid. I applied it in the imaged area, allowed it to harden, removed it. I actually did this 2 times, and I was unable to get any from this damaged area.
Is there a light on here? Because that image is, yeah, I'm trying to make it lighter. Oh. Thank you. That bottom image is a little dark. Are you able to see that?
I can.
Okay. And what is that bottom image, if you can describe it for the record?
It's the same image as the one that was at the top. However, it's just more focused. Or sorry, the magnification was increased. It just illustrates the fracturing that occurred and that bone being carried inside the damaged area. So essentially just a magnified version of the first photograph that you saw.
Thank you. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 180C, the top picture, can you describe this record?
The damaged area is here. Again, you can see the identifier I gave it, B, my initials, and the arrow is just kind of outlining the fractures that occurred. You can see some of the fracturing of the bone that's occurring. It's being driven downward. This again came from a chopping tap action. The energy of that long axis of that blade is being driven down. This appears to have come from a perpendicular angle. It didn't drive into the all the way through the hard layer of the bone. But right here you can see basically part of the bone, the harder being driven inside that damaged area. I did take castings from this as well. I took 2 casts trying to identify individual characteristics. From my examination process, I was unable to identify any individual characteristics from this injury.
Did you know anything else is significant with this tool mark identified as B?
No,
Okay. Did you take any other actions in reviewing or analyzing it?
no, I did not.
Okay. And then with regard to the bottom image on State's Exhibit 180C, can you please explain what we are seeing there?
Essentially, it's the same image as the first one, just magnified. So you can actually see the B here. But what I was wanting to illustrate is you could actually see, again, this injury did not pierce through the hard layer of the bone. So you can actually see at the base of that tool mark residual bone fragments that were carried into it. So that was what I was trying to illustrate with that image.
All right, now in State's Exhibit 180D, there are multiple images on this page. So if we can just start at the top, does this contain close-up images of the tool marks you noted as C and D in that very first photograph?
They do.
Right. And why did you take a closer-up picture of the tool marks you identified?
I was just trying to better capture the damage to document it in these images.
All right, what did you know as significant with these tool marks?
Okay, looking at the top left image, you can again see how I've labeled them C and D. Again, my initials, DJH. The green arrow, I use it to illustrate that this was a chopping type action, and that the force of this chopping type action, at least in this image, occurred from left to right.
Okay. And when you talk about chopping type actions, are you able to identify the type of tools in any of these marks that we've looked at that leave these?
I wasn't able to identify it to a particular tool, but there were tool types that I was actually able to speculate could have caused these marks that are essentially chopping tap action, are terms I would use was consistent with certain types of tools.
And what are those tools?
In this type of chopping tap action, as I have stated in my report, it would be from a bladed tool, such as a cleaver, machete, and I believe a hatchet I used.
Thank you. Is there anything else that you need to note on the top 2 images?
There is on the top right. Again, you can kind of see my initials right here. So what I did was I just focused inward onto this, onto the damaged area. And you can see this crack occurring right here. It illustrates basically that the force came from this side and it drove or fractured part of this bone and it's kind of driving it inside that damaged area. As you may be able to see, this damage cut through the hard layer of the bone and it actually transferred to the other side of the bone as well. The black arrows here on the right side, they're illustrating basically scallop-shaped surfaces that were found along the tool mark, which indicate to me that there may have been some type of serrated teeth on the blade to produce those. Those are actually easier to see if we can. So see right here, this cut or this chopping type action either didn't cut through the hard surface of that bone, but it carried a lot of material into it. You see the black arrow actually pointing out these teeth structures kind of coming out. I believe that bladed tool had some type of serrated teeth on it, kind of like saw teeth, like you see on saw. And as it was being delivered through a chopping type action, caused those to flare up. And then you can see the green arrow here, which indicates that the force came from, at least in the image, from left to right.
Thank you. Now looking at State's Exhibit 180E, the top image on that, what does that show?
I'm sorry, could I clarify one more point from the last image?
Sure, let me grab that one again. The bottom? Do you want the bottom?
The only thing I want to mention is when I went in and I was looking for those individual characteristics, I was unable to find them in either C or D.
All right, so looking at State's Exhibit 180E, there are two images on this page. The top image, what is that documenting?
This is the same bone, item 16. This is just the back side of the bone.
Okay, and why did you take a picture of the back side of the bone with these marks on it?
As I mentioned earlier, the tool marks that I identified on the front side, A and D, I said some of that damage was transferred onto the back side. So region A, as I mentioned earlier, that was from a stabbing type action and that damage transferred through the bone. So that damage actually carried through the two hard layers and didn't necessarily come out of the bone, but fractured it so that that tool partially pushed that or ejected that material onto the outside of the bone here. Region D.
And Mr. Halapaska, if I can just interrupt, are you able to say what type of tool would make that stab mark identified in Mark A?
I believe it was some type of bladed tool, so like a knife. However, I couldn't preclude other tools that might have some type of pointed edge, because you can imagine even a cleaver, if it's delivered on not the long axis of the blade, but one of the corners, may have been able to produce this. But this is consistent with a bladed tool such as a knife.
And what else did you notice significant on this bone?
That D here, that was that chopping type action that I talked about earlier on the front side. I told you some of that damage was transferred onto the back, and you can actually see how it pierced through both the hard layer of the bone on the other side, travel through that hollow part of the inside, and then parse it out on the outside. And then E was another tool mark that I identified. It is consistent with a chopping type action, and it did appear to have serrated, or was produced from a blade that had serrated tool marks. And the force of the blow, as illustrated here with this green arrow, traveled from left to right.
All right, and the bottom, well, I don't want to change that because the green arrow. The bottom image on States Exhibit 180E, what is that of?
This is a close-up of E right here. And you can see I actually wrote E in my initials. The green arrow illustrates the direction of the action that occurred. And then right here, the black arrows are just illustrating it. You can see these teeth-like structures that are kind of coming out of the bone. Again, most consistently produced with a bladed type tool that has serrated teeth.
Did you take any other actions in reviewing the tool marks A, D, or E?
Yes, I did. I just made observations to identify any individual characteristics if they existed within those tool marks. I was unable to identify any of those individual characteristics.
Looking at States Exhibit 180F. What portion of the bone does this depict?
That is an intact portion of the spine.
And why did you take a picture of the mark labeled as, I believe it's labeled as A in Exhibit 180F?
Okay, so this is item 17. So what I did was I just started over the count. So this is A for item 17. The tool mark here is produced from a chopping type action. As the green arrow indicates, the force of the blow, as far as this illustration is concerned, came from the bottom up.
What did you notice significant with this tool mark?
It didn't travel through the hard layer of that bone. It's difficult to see in the image, but this is not a flat surface. This portion of the bone right here,
oh, sorry,
yeah, is kind of coming out. So this portion here is much higher in elevation than this tool mark.
All right, and what other actions did you take in reviewing or analyzing tool mark A on this portion of the spine?
Just that I was trying to identify in the characteristics in that tool mark, and I was unable to find any.
Okay. And with regard to the bottom image on States Exhibit 180F, what is?
Same image, just magnified. And it just illustrates, or better that the tool mark or the tool used didn't pierce that hard layer, and that you can actually see fractures or pieces of the bone that were actually carried into it.
And States Exhibit 180G. What item was this identified as by your lab?
This was labeled as item 19.
Okay, and what portion of the bone does this depict?
It is the other half of the hip or pelvic region.
So this is a different portion of the hip bone or pelvic region than was identified in item 16, correct?
That is correct.
And can you walk us through your analysis of this bone with the marked areas?
Okay. Would there be some, if we can actually bring down some of that brightness?
We can't, right?
Oh.
Does that help?
Yes, that's perfect. So I'll start from the left side here. D is was created from a chopping type action. That damage from the blow actually pierced that hard near the bone. Next to it is E. F here, which is kind of difficult to see. You can see it. But what I'm trying to outline here, and you can actually see it, there's a, well, before I go into that, one of the things I wanted to also show you was there was a, what I believe were soot marks along here. So part of the bone was damaged, I believe, due to fire. Right here, F, you can kind of see these fracturing kind of coming around here, this little region right there. I was unable to find any tool marks, but it did appear that some type of force was applied to it, which I used as compressive force. Force down on it here, perpendicular, kind of driving this fragment downward, but it was still attached to the bone. Over here on the right, G, you can kind of see this outline here. I was unable to identify any types of class characteristics from it, other than the fact that some type of force was applied onto it, and it just drove in there. And in H, right here, in this, all these G, D, and E, if I didn't mention, were from a chopping type action. I'm sorry, G was compressive force, D and E, chopping type action. H, that was from a stabbing type action. You can, it's difficult to see, but you see this little channel here. It appears that something was driven into that, and it caused a channel to occur within that hard surface of the bone.
And with regard to the compression action, are you able to tell what type of tool was used?
No, I was not.
And with the other, I think you said chopping type actions, are you able to identify what type of tool was used?
Not identify, but tool marks are consistent with. Would it be possible for me to save that when we do the close-up images? I think it'd be easier to illustrate.
Absolutely. States Exhibit 180H. There are three images on this page. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And with regard to the top photograph, can you just explain that for the record?
You can see the digital box I drew around the tool mark. It kind of looks like a tooth mark, or kind of like a shark's tooth standing up here. The green arrow is based on the top of it. Here's the base. Right here, I actually wrote on the bone A in my initials. What's hard to see in this image is there's more elevation right here. So this occurred from a chopping type action. As the green arrow indicates, it came from the top down. But since this bone was protruding out, had higher elevation, that chopping type action did not cut into the hard layer of that bone. And also I reviewed it for individual characteristics and found none. I believe tools consistent with potentially making this kind of marks would be from a blade tool such as a cleaver, machete, hatchet, or similar type tools.
Did you note anything else is significant with regard to these tool marks on this top photograph?
For B and C, I wasn't able to identify any class characteristics, and I just referred to them as fractures. You can see that the bone, some type of force was occurred onto it, and it actually fractured that bone here as well. It may have occurred from the same impact, but I wasn't able to determine that. And I was unable to determine any kind of tools that would be consistent with making that type of damage.
Thank you. With regard to the bottom images, why did you take a closer up picture of those?
Those are just zoomed in images of B and C, just to better illustrate the fracturing that occurred to the bone. So you can actually see how the bone is cracking and fracturing, and you got bone that's spurring out from that pelvic bone.
What other actions, if any, did you take in reviewing or analyzing these tool marks identified on this bone?
Other than just trying to identify any of those individual characteristics, which I was unable to locate any.
Okay. And then turning to State's Exhibit I. What does that top photo depict?
Okay, so you can see part of my initials here, but just to make sure that I actually wrote on my notes. So that is D, my initials scribbled, and then the date. But what this image illustrates here is a close-up of damage to region D. As I indicated earlier, it's from a chopping type action. The force of the action occurred, at least in the image, from left to right, kind of coming upward. What this illustrates is you can see the fracturing that's occurring from the bone right here, where basically the force of the blow carried over this portion and underneath this side. It cleaved through the hard layer of that bone.
All right, did you notice anything else of significance or take any other actions in reviewing or analyzing this tool mark noted as D on this portion of the bone?
I also was looking for the individual characteristics, which I was unable to find any.
Okay. And on the bottom photograph, can you describe that for the record?
Okay, so this is D in its entirety, and next to it is E. Here is F. As you recall, that's the one I said I couldn't find any class characteristics, though some type of force, compressive force, was administered on it at this point, which kind of caused it to fracture along this area here. But what I want you to focus on is E. E right here. It's the same kind of action coming from left to right, a chopping type action. However, there were what appeared to be teeth-like protrusions coming out of it. They're consistent with a chopping top action from a tool with serrated teeth. This one did not pierce through the hard layer of the bone.
And did you take any other actions or find anything else of note in analyzing the tool marks identified as D, E, and F in this photograph?
The only other actions I took was just to try to identify individual characteristics. Was unable to locate any.
Thank you. States Exhibit 180J. And can you walk me through the marks that you have on this larger picture first?
Yes. So this is a G. You can see right here, I've written on the bone, G, my initials. You could kind of see the outline of the impressed mark. As I mentioned earlier, I was unable to associate any class characteristics with it other than some type of compressive force was applied to it to cause this impression to occur. Up here at the top, H, this came from a stabbing type action. This was the one from the first illustration I talked about that a little channel had been formed underneath the hard layer of the bone. You could actually see this is the orifice of it. It is pretty small. I actually hand wrote on it. It's approximately 0.058 of an inch in diameter, so pretty small.
What else did you find noteworthy regarding the tool marks observed on this portion of the hip bone?
I attempted to take a cast. So this was my final cast of the casting material. I applied it, hoping to capture some kind of class, maybe even individual characteristics. I was unable to do that. Can I speak to the other images on the right?
Yes, that's going to be my next question. With regard to the top right photograph, what is this closer image of?
So that is just a closer image of H right here. I just kind of zoomed into it just so you can kind of see. Here's the orifice. The green arrow indicates the force of the blow occurred here, and you can see behind it some of that channel that occurred from underneath that hard portion of the bone. And again, my initials.
Did you take any other actions or find anything else significant with regard to this puncture type mark on the bone?
I did not.
Okay. Regarding the lower image, why did you take a closer image of the tool mark identified, I think, as G in that portion of the hip bone?
I just wanted to illustrate it. It was all the images I took up until that time. It was very difficult to see it in image. So all I did here was I was just casting different lights. And so I just kind of casted a shadow. So you're kind of able to better see that outline of that damaged region. So that was my motivation behind actually trying to take that image or taking that image.
Thank you. Did you take any other actions or find anything else worth mentioning in analyzing these tool marks?
No, I did not.
States Exhibit 180K. This appears to be an overview of all three bones that you analyzed. Is that right?
That is correct.
And what's significant in this image?
This is the only image, or one of two images I have from my notes that illustrate all the bones in an illustration. So it basically provides you the totality of the tool marks that were imparted onto these bones. On the left side, you can see right here, I wrote item 19. So this whole bone here is item 19. Item 17 is the portion of the spine. Item 16 is this portion right here. And all I did was I just illustrated in it all the different locations. So tool mark A, B, A, and then of course along here.
And can you point out any of the images that you were able to identify either class or individual characteristics for the tool marks?
So for any kind of chopping type action, I didn't identify any tools, but I determined tools that are consistent in class characteristics as causing, in this case, a chopping type action. That would be A here, chopping type action. A on item 17, chopping action. D and C, chopping type action, as well as B on item 16. Item 16A would be from a stabbing type action.
Okay. And then the last image states Exhibit 180L. This is the backside or posterior of the bones that were pictured in this last image. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and what did you find noteworthy with regard to the bones in this picture?
Again, just trying to illustrate the totality of those tool marks. This bone here is item 16. D and A, those are just injuries that transferred from the front side to the back side. So you can actually see that part of the bone was being almost ejected from the back side. Same with D. Recall A here was a stabbing action, D chopping. E here was that chopping top action with a serrated tool marks. And then item 17, you can't see the injury from the backside. Item 19, F, that fractured part. So again, you kind of see the outline of the fracture. E and D, it's from a chopping type action. G was as that compressive force, the one where I was unable to identify any kind of class characteristics, the one I just took the cast of. And then B and C were those fracture type marks, which again, I wasn't able to associate with any kind of class characteristics.
Thank you. Can you summarize your findings or give us a nutshell of your findings with regard to the tool mark analysis you performed on these 3 bones?
Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, the examination process goes from class characteristics, generating different types of source populations for the examination portion. So moving into that identification, I was never actually able to go there in order to go to that microscopic examination would require me to have individual characteristics. So I never really got there. So the only thing I was allowed to do or able to do with those class characteristics was basically just outline tools that could have produced those tool marks consistent with. Could we go back to the slide prior? Okay. So item 16A, that came from a stabbing type action from a bladed tool such as a knife along the tip. However, I wasn't able to preclude some type of other bladed tool where a portion of a corner of that tool, like a cleaver, may have been used. But again, from a stabbing type action, most consistent with a bladed tool with a tip on it. B, D, and C on item 16 came from a chopping type action. Tools consistent with a chopping type action, consistent with these class characteristics, would be a cleaver, a machete, or a hatchet. Recall some of them actually had what appeared to be serrated teeth marks, or consistent with being created from serrated teeth marks. So some of those chopping type tools may have had serrated type teeth marks on them. A, chopping type action. Oh, sorry. A with item 17, the portion of the spine. Chopping type action consistent with tools such as cleaver, machete, hatchet. A on item 19, same type of chopping type tools, cleaver, hatchet, machete. And then B right here I believe, was from the fracturing, so no determination could be made. No class characteristics were collected from that.
And Mr. Halapaska, you were not provided any tools in an effort to match the marks to a specific knife or hatchet or cleaver. Is that correct?
That's correct. No tools were administered in this case, only the bones. And could I, sorry, see the other half, and I'll kind of go through the,
The posterior or the backside?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Again,
What did you note as significant, or summarize your findings for us with regard to the posterior side, please?
okay. Again, this is just damage from A, transferred from that stabbing, D, from the chopping. E right here was from a chopping type action, had this serrated teeth marks, again, cleaver, machete, hatchet, or similar type bladed tools. Item 19, I wasn't able to make any determinations for F, G, and then B and C, no class characteristics I was able to obtain from those examinations. E and D, chopping type action, consistent with bladed tools such as cleaver, machete, hatchet, and I believe one of those had perhaps serrated teeth marks in it as well.
All right, Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rawlings. Who will conduct cross? Is that you, Mr.
I will,
Thomas?
Your Honor. Could I have Exhibit 180, the packet?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Halapaska. How are you?
I'm doing good. Yourself?
Good. You work for the FBI. Are you an FBI agent or an analyst, or what do you call yourself?
I'm not an agent. I'm a physical scientist, forensic examiner.
Okay. And as far as your educational background, are you a doctor, or are you a master's level or bachelor's level?
I have a bachelor's of science, which I received from Texas A&M University in 2001. I'm currently attending the National Intelligence University at Bethesda, Maryland, where I'm pursuing a master's degree in science and technology and intelligence.
Okay. National Intelligence University?
That's correct.
Is that a private university, or is that run by the FBI, or is that, I guess I'm just not familiar with it. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
It's a federal level university. It's I believe up until very recently, it was run by the Department of Defense.
Okay. And can anybody take classes there, or is it specifically for government agencies?
You have to have a top secret clearance in order to take
Okay.
classes there. Yeah. So it's not
for everybody.
Yes, mostly just for federal employees, but there are contractors that work there as well.
Okay. All right. And what are you studying at the National Intelligence University? What kind of things do you study there? Mostly tool marks, or?
No forensics. It's just focused on science and technology, basically emerging technologies. Just studying that, just to be aware of any kind of disruptive technologies that may be coming up that the forensic community might have to actually deal with in the not too distant future.
So computer type stuff, or digital type stuff, rather than hands-on bones and whatnot?
Nothing concerned with bones. Mostly things like additive manufacturing, which is just a different name for 3D printing.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mr. Thomas, I apologize for the interruption. There's been a request that we take the morning recess at this time.
Perfectly
You're just
okay.
getting started, so why
Sure.
don't we go ahead and do that? We'll be on a recess here for 20 minutes, and then you can continue with your cross. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, please.
All right, we can have the jurors brought in.
Burberry Her, Elixir de Parfum, the intense fragrance.
All right, please. Here's our President County.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we're going back on the record. Case CR 22-21-1624, State versus Lori Noreen Vallow. Mr. Thomas, you can continue with your cross-examination at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we left off talking about your education and where you're working at the, or going to a master's program at the National Intelligence University. Did you do anything between 2001 and when you started the, when did you start the National Intelligence University?
That would be August of 2022.
Okay, so last year.
Yes, sir.
Any education between 2001 when you graduated from Texas A&M and 2022?
Other than continuing education with the lab, no other formal education.
Okay. And when you got out of college in 2001, was the FBI your first job?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay. What was your first job out of college?
My first job was at the Texas A&M University in the biochemistry physics department. But unfortunately, a few months after that, I was reactivated into the United States Marine Corps after 9/11.
Okay. Wow. Thank you for your service. What did you do? How long were you in the Marine Corps?
A little over.
I guess after, I'm sorry, I don't mean to stop, but after 2001, when you got out, you were reactivated. Let's talk a little bit about the reactivation. How long were you in the Marine Corps?
Active service, about 1 year, and in a reserve, I think, for another year.
Okay. And so then what did you do after that?
After I completed my service, I went back to Texas A&M, continued working at the university, I believe a year. Then I actually got a job working with the Drug Enforcement Administration in Miami, Florida, as a forensic chemist.
Okay. And that was probably in 2004, 2005?
I worked there for 3 years, so I believe from 2004 to 2007.
Okay. And then what did you do when you got out of the DEA?
I took a job working for the Army at the testing proving ground in Dugway, which is located in Utah. I worked there as a field chemist doing chem warfare chemistry.
Okay. And that's in Tooele, Utah?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And how long were you there?
I worked there for a little over 2 years.
Okay. And so that would have been 2009-ish when you left that?
Yes, sir.
And then where'd you go?
That's when I was offered an opportunity to join the FBI.
Okay. And you've been at the FBI ever since?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you indicated on direct exam that you did training for about 2.5 years. Is that right?
That is correct.
And was that training specifically on the tool mark portion of your FBI work?
Yes, it was. Part of it is with the firearms aspect, but you can think of a firearm as really nothing more than a collection of tools in order for it to operate. So yes, the entire time I was working on tool marks.
Okay. And you said you were directly supervised by a tool mark examiner. Is that right?
Yes, sir. There, I guess to expand on that, there was actually a training coordinator who was responsible for the entire program, but you're actually every trainee has a mentor, and they just kind of guide you through the process.
Okay. And your mentor was with you the whole 2.5 years?
He was during the entire 2.5 years. Yes, he was training me.
Okay. And so how many other times have you worked since 2009, 2010 area, the last probably 14, 15 years, on bones with knives or machetes or the types of implements that were used in this particular case?
Those are infrequent examinations. They don't occur that often.
Okay. And over the course of your career with the FBI, how many times do you think? Less than 10?
I would say maybe about 5 or 6 times.
5 or 6 times. Okay. And does the FBI have I don't know, I guess what I'm thinking is that when somebody brings something in, you have a vast array of tools you can choose from to try to match up what caused an injury. Is that correct, or am I kind of thinking in fantasy land?
No, you're correct. There are different reference collections. So if this case involved firearms, there's a large reference collection that I could use as tools. We have a large tool room that has different reference tools that are available to us. You're correct.
Okay. And so in this particular case, when the bones came in and you were given the task of identifying the tool marks, did you go into that vast collection or different collections of tools to see what may have caused these particular traumas or injuries or marks?
That's correct. I did. The thing about doing the tool marks, it's not just the tools that you're using, but the surface or media you're testing on. So that is correct.
Okay. And so when you're testing on this type of media, you have to know some background, like how many foot-pounds of pressure it would take to cause this particular injury, right?
No, you don't have to actually go that far. The efforts are using the tools available, the reference tools, and different media sources to try to replicate those marks. So in situations like that, I'm just taking the tool and I'm trying to replicate whatever type of tool mark that was created using those reference tools, as well as the media which I'm testing it on.
And so what type of reference tools did you use on this particular case?
I used a collection of different types of bladed knives, hatchets, a couple of machetes. It was just a lot of different tools that I used.
And so that's where you came to the conclusion that this was either made by a machete, a hatchet, or a knife.
I didn't, in the report, I specified they were consistent with. So the injuries, or the tool marks that I saw, the types of tool marks were consistent with those types of tools. I do want to specify too that aside from generating a report and testifying the report, it's also used as a lead source for law enforcement. So it allows them to actually kind of read over those tools, and then in their investigation, try to locate any tools that are similar to those, which could be submitted or resubmitted to the laboratory for testing.
And so in this particular case, there was testimony that some tools were seized by the FBI, by your agency, and then you indicated on direct examination that none of those tools were actually used in trying to figure out what caused these particular injuries. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Counsel is testifying to facts, not in evidence, and asking for information that I think there's not an adequate foundation for this witness to answer.
I'll overrule that objection at this time.
So there were tools that were seized. If I could just repeat the question, is that okay?
Yes.
So there were tools that were seized by the FBI and your agency, and you testified that no tools came to you from any other agency or your own agency to test with this particular these particular bones. Is that right?
There were no tools submitted. So the only evidence that was submitted to me were the bones. No tools were actually submitted to the laboratory.
Okay.
I wasn't aware of any tools.
Okay. And did you ask anybody if there were any tools that were seized?
No, I did not.
Okay. Is there any reason why you didn't do that?
No. Since once the report is issued, essentially that case is kind of closed out, and for the laboratory, at least for my unit, you're just moving on to the next examinations and generating those reports as well. So I did not follow up on this case, other than the fact that once that report was issued to the field, then
Who issued the report?
Oh, I issued the report.
Okay. But before you issued the report, you didn't go back and say, hey, in order for me to complete my report, I would like to see some sort of, did you gather anything? You didn't ask any of those questions.
No, I did not.
Okay. And you said there's no particular reason why you didn't.
I wasn't aware that there was any tools in the case. I assumed if there were tools in the case, they would have been submitted to the laboratory.
Okay. So it was somewhere down the chain that may have screwed up and not submitting them to you.
Yeah, there were no tools submitted to me. I don't know how that process works.
Okay. And do you think that would have been more helpful to find out maybe if these tools were the ones that made these marks?
It would have been helpful to have tools to analyze in the case. That is correct.
Okay. When these these specific specimens came in, and I call them specimens because my question is, was there any flesh before you got the bones on these specimens?
There were not. They were. It was pretty much just the bone material. There was some dried tissue, but not much.
Okay. So did you, in your analysis, did you assume that whatever cut through to the bone would have gone through skin, tissue, muscle, those kinds of things prior to hitting the bone?
I was aware of that fact.
And is that the assumption you made in making your report?
No, my analyst was just focused on those tool marks on the bone. Essentially, all I'm doing is looking at those tool marks and trying to determine those class characteristics.
Okay. As far as the class characteristics, you're basically saying what type of implement was used to make these particular marks.
Yes, that's correct. The tool marks that were made, or the tool marks that were imparted onto the bones through my training experience, I was trying to generate those class characteristics and then going through the examination process. But I was not able to make any direct determination other than just tools that are consistent with producing those types of marks.
You indicated that there was possibly some serrated type of a tool, right?
That is correct.
Did you come to a conclusion that it was a serrated tool, or just that it was consistent with a serrated tool?
That the tool marks had consistent marks, that the tool marks had marks that were consistent with being produced from a serrated tool.
Okay. And with that particular injury with the serrated tool, how far apart were these serrated tool marks?
I did not measure those.
Okay.
Essentially, they were, when they were produced, they were adjacent to each other.
Okay. Is there any reason why you didn't measure the width of the teeth on that serrated?
During analysis, it wasn't essential. Had there been a tool that came with the case or was submitted with the bones, then yes, those measurements would have been appropriate.
Okay. One of the things that you indicated in defining the class characteristics, you kind of went through the different things, and then you said something about microscopic characteristics. You recall that?
Yes, the types of tools, yes.
Okay. And so did you put these bones under the microscope and look at the tool marks under the microscope?
I was unable to locate any of those individual characteristics, so I was never actually able to move on to the microscopy part of the examination.
Okay. So is it true that you don't know what caused these marks? You just know that it was something?
That's correct. All I know is the marks are generated by some tool that's consistent in making those marks. But no, I don't know exactly what tool was used.
Okay. And you weren't able to differentiate whether it was a man or a woman who may have done this?
Oh, no, that's not something I could determine from examining the tool marks.
Okay. In examining the tool marks, were you able to identify how much force would have had to have been applied?
No, I did not. That's not something that could be determined from the tool marks.
Okay. Is there someone in your department that you know of at the FBI who could determine how much force would have been applied, and that may have been something to pass this particular piece of evidence on to?
That's not an examination that the laboratory conducts, at least not in the firearms and tool marks unit.
Okay. Are you part of the, let me put it this way. Is there any interdepartmental discussions as to where to go from when you're done with yours to what we should do next type thing?
That's left essentially up to the case agent. So the case agent for the case, essentially the laboratory, the forensic examinations, that's just kind of one part of the investigative package.
Okay. So, and I don't mean to overgeneralize the FBI or your particular lab, but and tell me if this analogy works for you. I'm kind of making the comparison of me walking into the Home Depot and saying, hey, I need a nut that is, 3/4 of an inch in diameter. And I go ask the guy and he gives me that. And your lab is that specialized where you are basically, you ask me to do something and I do it and I don't give you any other further information. Is that where we're at?
The laboratory is fortunate that there are a lot of disciplines that exist within the laboratory that are rare in state and local laboratories. I believe the FBI laboratory, makes a lot of effort to try to answer as many questions as possible, but you are limited to the evidence itself. Essentially, for myself in the examination of those tool marks, the examination cannot really go much beyond the tool marks themselves. So I'm not thinking about or analyzing the amount of tissue between the tool and the surface of the bone. I'm just focused on the tool marks on the bone.
The difference stabbing tool mark. Can you, because that's basically what we have here. We don't have anything else other than stabbing and chopping, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And it looks like you identified one tool mark and the rest were chopping type tool marks, right?
I was able to determine that those tool marks were consistent with, because identification is a whole different, a source identification basically is when I'm identifying a tool back to a tool mark. No identifications were made in this case. So yes, from the examinations, two which occurred from a stabbing and the majority of the rest occurred from a chopping action.
Okay. So the chopping and the stabbing, I'm a little confused with which is which. So the stabbing would be something with a finite width and length, or at least width. Is that right?
Yes. So the energy that's being transferred from the tool to the surface is focused on a very narrow area, where a chopping type action still force is being applied, but that force is being focused over I think I used the term a long axis of the cut blade. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, I think so. And so would these injuries be consistent with someone who was sophisticated or unsophisticated? Do you know?
Oh, I couldn't answer that question.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Redirect, Ms. Rawlings.
Mr. Halapaska, two things. I think you were asked whether, I think if the phrase was something caused these marks, but you've identified certain class characteristics. Is that right?
Yes, I made determinations on the type of class characteristics that could cause those tool marks, those injuries.
And what were those again?
You're talking about the tools or the types
tools.
of? So for the stabbing type action would be a bladed tool like a knife. The chopping type actions, and these are again consistent with a bladed type tool such as a cleaver, a machete, and a hatchet.
Okay.
And then some of those class characteristics did have serrated or appeared to have serrated teeth on them.
All right. And we talked about stabbing, chopping, and I think previously you talked about compression actions. Are those related to chopping actions?
They could be. It's just that I wasn't able to garner any class characteristics. So in the situations when I used the term compressive force, I knew that some kind of force was applied to those bones, but there were no class characteristics for me to kind of source populate it, like when I talked about the screwdrivers, the flathead and the Phillips. I wasn't able to differentiate with those two tool marks or injured areas that had those compressive forces applied to them.
And based on the tool marks in this case on the bones, if you had been provided specific tools, would you have been able to utilize them in identifying the marks?
I would have been able to make test marks with them, but as you recall, throughout the examination process, I wasn't able to locate any individual characteristics. So I would have been able just to make the same general characteristics, or basically just, I wouldn't be able to identify the tools back to the bones because the bones didn't have those individual characteristics that would have allowed me to, in order to make those source determinations.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rawlings. That will conclude the testimony of this witness then. Thank you for your appearance. Is the witness excused or released from any subpoena?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
Any objection to
No
that
objection.
from the defense? Thank you, Mr. Thomas. So, Mr. Halapaska, you may be excused and the bailiff will assist you out. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state will be calling Mr. Cincerbo.
All right, before we begin with examination, then I'll just briefly ask the witness who's now under oath, Mr. Cincerbo, have you in any way reviewed any of this trial testimony, either by reading it, listening to it online, or in any of the locations where this trial's been broadcast since it started?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you for your response to that. In your questioning, please make verbal responses to any question asked to you so we can keep a clear record and try to avoid speaking at the same time as any attorney. and just speak directly into that microphone as well. And with that in mind, Ms. Smith, you can commence with your direct examination.
Thank you, Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and spell your last name?
My name is David Sincerbeau, and my last name is spelled Sincerbeaux.
Sir, how are you employed?
Currently, I'm retired from the Idaho State Police. I actually am umpiring softball for Northern Idaho.
So before you retired, and you worked at the lab, what did you do at the Idaho State Lab?
My primary job was to analyze controlled substances, but I also did fire debris analysis, and I've been doing that for 26 years.
What was your educational background before starting at the lab?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in chemistry from Cal State Northridge, and I was an analytical chemist since 1985.
Okay. So what is an analytical chemist?
Basically, I test either evidence or other substances for particular chemical substances.
So in your background as an analytical chemist, were you always at the Idaho State Lab?
No, I was not.
Where were you before that?
I worked in Southern California as an environmental chemist for two different corporations.
Okay. And in that capacity, what did you do?
Primarily for that is I was, since it was environmental, I did anything from pesticides, but our main focus was underground storage tanks. So I did a lot of gasoline and diesel, basically stuff from gas stations.
Okay. And in your capacity as an analytical chemist throughout your career, have you ever had a chance in your experience to examine fire debris?
Yes.
What have you done?
For the last 10 years or so at Idaho State Police, we tested things for suspected arson cases.
Okay. And you also talked about doing a chemical analysis. What do you mean by chemical analysis?
We use a variety of instruments and or wet chemistry techniques to analyze evidence for the presence of ignitable liquids.
Okay. Throughout the years, do you have any idea of how many items or pieces of evidence that you have examined for the presence of chemicals?
For both fire debris and
yes,
tens of thousands.
Okay. Of that group, have you ever had a chance to look for the presence of gasoline?
Yes.
Okay. What process do you use to look for gasoline in items?
What we do is once the evidence gets into our possession, I'll walk you through the whole thing. The first thing we do is we check to make sure, or when I receive it, I check to make sure that it's in a sealed condition. If for some reason it is not, we have the option of either returning it to the agency, or if it's a minor thing such as, let's say there was a missing piece of evidence tape or something like that, we can put that on and we'll just note that in our notes. We bring it back to our area. Typically, it's going to be a friction lid can, which is basically a paint can. We will open that up, make a quick observation of what it looks like, what's on the inside. From there, we'll put in a small strip of activated charcoal. We basically suspend that in the can, put that, once we reseal it, we put it back in an oven. We cook it for about 4 hours at 70 degrees centigrade, which is about 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Once it's done baking, we basically take it out, let it cool to room temperature. We will then extract the carbon strip that is in there. We put that carbon strip in a little glass vial, add some solvent to it. That solvent we then inject onto an instrument called a GCMS, and that will tell us what compounds may or may not be present.
So in Idaho State Lab, lab number 2020-2233, did you examine item 17 submitted by the Rexburg Police Department as part of your duties at the Idaho State Lab?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what item 17 was?
It was a pint-sized can that contains some decomposing flesh and other debris.
Okay. What analysis did you do of item 17 from the Rexburg Police Department of the decomposing flesh and debris?
Like I just previously stated, I put in a charcoal strip, sealed up the can, baked it, and then extracted the strip, and then ran it on a GCMS.
Okay. And that item 17 was from the Rexburg Police Department with the names associated of Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and JJ Vallow, amongst others?
That is correct.
Okay. And so when you examined item 17 and you did your chemical analysis, what results, if any, did you get of that decomposing flesh?
In that can contained gasoline.
And the item, when you say in that can, was that the flesh in the can?
Since the gasoline that we actually analyze, when we heat it up, it basically, if there's any volatile liquids, they will become a vapor. They will then attach to it. Whether it was in or on the flesh or in the other debris that was in that can, I have no idea from whence the source was. It's just in that can contained gasoline.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Thomas, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sencerville.
Good morning.
You indicate that you're an analytical chemist?
That is correct.
And you used to work for the ISP and now you're at Empire?
Yes.
So your specific task was to see if there was gasoline present in the debris that was sent to you?
Basically for any ignitable liquids, gasoline or other.
Okay. And other being something like propane or kerosene or something like that?
Not so much propane since that'd be a gas, but it's going to be paint thinners or up to diesel.
Okay. And you said you put this into it came in a paint can. Was it a 1 gallon paint can, or do you recall? I guess I should ask. Do you recall?
Pint.
One. And there are 4 pints a gallon. Is that right?
No. Actually, no. There's 4. I think pint.
So it's a very small can.
Yeah, about that big around.
Okay.
Yeah, not very big.
So, okay. So I'm thinking about when I go to the store to buy paint, I know the gallon size, but what it looks like. And then the next size down is either the pint or the quart.
That would be the quart. And then there's the smaller one, which is
kind of like a test.
For the layman, if you were having a small one that you wanted to see if the paint was going to look good on your wall, you would buy that one and see if it looked right.
And that's the one that came to you. That's the size that came to you.
Correct.
Great. Okay, that makes sense. And then you popped off the top of it. And how full of that particular can was this substance in there?
I don't recall exactly. When we give advice to the people who are actually taking the samples for it, we want at least as much as kind of we can get, but we want to have some head space, so we want it about 3/4 full. And if I vaguely remember, it's probably about half to 3/4 full.
Okay. And the prosecutor, Ms. Smith, indicated that it was flesh. I believe she said flesh. Did she say flesh that was in there?
Do
you recall?
I believe so. I mean, I think that's what I put down in my notes, was that and other debris.
Okay. And I guess the other debris is what I'm looking for. How much of the other debris was it as opposed to the flesh type thing?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay.
Probably 50-50.
Okay.
Would be a guess.
So 50% dirt and other stuff, and then 50% of the flesh.
Correct.
All right. And then you put an activated charcoal strip.
Correct.
And is that, I guess I know what activated charcoal is. It's just like charcoal, right? But what does the strip look like? What are we looking at?
To be exact, it's 100 square millimeters. That's basically a small little strip. It's about a half inch, 3/4 inch long and about a 1/4 inch wide.
Okay.
And it's a polymer that has the activated charcoal embedded in it.
Okay. And is it kind of flexible like a piece of paper, or is it more hard like a piece of wood?
More flexible.
More flexible. Okay.
Sort of like construction paper.
And do you like suspend it somehow with a piece of string or something? I don't know how you do that. How do you do that?
What we actually use is Christmas tree ornaments, hangers, and we basically just stick it through and then bend it and put it into the lip of the can and then put the lid on it. It basically suspends on one end of the hanger.
Okay. But you don't want it to touch the actual substance that's in there, right?
You try not to.
Try not to touch it. Okay. And then you said you put it in a GCMS. For the layperson, that is a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And that you just put a little charcoal strip in there, right?
We actually put the solvent. We take the charcoal strip, add some solvent, which would be sulfur. We will put that. Okay. And then we put the charcoal strip in there, and then we add a solvent, which is carbon disulfide.
All right. And so that solvent is how much of that solvent goes into the GCMS?
In the actual GCMS, we inject 1 microliter.
Okay. And so if that were in a syringe, how much would it look like to a layperson like somebody on the jury? What would that look like?
It's not a lot. If you had a drop of water, it's probably about 1/10 of a drop of water.
Okay. And so does that go on a slide, like a glass slide?
No. I'll explain really briefly what a GCMS and how it works.
Sure.
The GCMS, the gas chromatograph, is a fancy temperature controlled oven that has a column that's what happens when we inject that small amount of liquid. It hits an injection that is at about 200 centigrade, which basically flashes, makes it a vapor. That vapor is swept along through that column, and then it will separate out organic molecules primarily by molecular weight, meaning small lightweight ones come through faster, heavier ones take more time. Once it has done that separation, it then goes into the mass spectrometer, which is a detector, which takes that organic molecule, hits it with a bunch of electrons, it basically fragments it, and we collect the fragmentation, we get a pattern. We compare that pattern to known standards, and that's how we make our identification. In the case of gasoline, we are looking for a wide variety of compounds that are indicative of gasoline, and if they're present, we compare that to our known set of standards, and that's how we make our identification.
Okay. And isn't it true that you can actually tell which particular companies are producing this particular type of gas?
No.
You can't.
Some people in our field claim they can do that. I do not believe that ISP or realistically anyone else has that ability. We don't perform that at ISP. Just to me, I think it's unreliable.
Okay. So you weren't able to identify any specific detergents that might be associated with Chevron or any type of compounds that Shell says that we have this particular compound in our gasoline.
For ISP, no, we do not.
Okay. And so the bottom line is you found gasoline in that debris and or flesh, right?
That is correct.
You weren't able to quantify how much gasoline based on an extrapolation formula or something like that?
No, it had all of the components of gasoline.
Okay. So it could have been anywhere between just a little bit to a whole bunch.
Correct. I mean,
Okay.
it's basically enough for me to detect that there was gasoline present.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas.
And there's no redirect, Your Honor. May this witness be excused?
Any objection to excusing the witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your appearance. Mr. Cincerbo, you can be excused, and thank you for your testimony. The bailiff will assist you out of the courtroom. All right, the state can call its next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state will call Rylene Nolan.
All right, now that the witness is sworn, let me just inquire before we start with the examination. Have you previously viewed any of the trial testimony in this case, listened to it, or read about it?
I have not.
Okay, thank you for that. Please respond to any questions verbally so we can keep a clear record. Please try to avoid speaking at the same time as anyone that's questioning you, and talk directly into that microphone so we get a good record. And with that, I'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Rylene, Rylene, Nowlin, Nowlin.
Thank you. Where are you employed?
I am employed by the Idaho State Police Forensic Services Laboratory in Meridian, Idaho.
In what capacity are you employed?
I am the Forensic Laboratory Manager.
Could you please tell the jury your educational background and related work experience that brought you to the position you have now?
I have a Bachelor of Science from the College of Idaho. I've completed hundreds of hours of training in biology screening as well as DNA analysis. I began my career in forensics with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services Laboratory in 2002. I was a bench analyst or a everyday scientist in the biology DNA unit until my promotion to laboratory manager in 2014. My duties included analyzing items of evidence for the presence of body fluids, as well as processing items of evidence for a DNA profile. I was also qualified in the DNA database unit, which is analyzing samples from convicted offenders for upload to the national DNA database. Since promoting to lab manager, I have retained my qualifications in the DNA unit. My duties as lab manager include overseeing the day-to-day operations of the laboratory. I supervise the heads of each department in the laboratory, and I oversee our evidence unit.
Thank you. Do you belong to any professional organizations?
Yes.
Which ones?
I am a member of the Northwest Association of Forensic Scientists, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the Association of Crime Laboratory Directors, the American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors. I'm also a molecular biology fellow with the American Board of Criminalistics.
And have you testified as an expert regarding DNA analysis previously?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 85 times prior to today.
Okay. And have you done, how many times have you tested DNA?
I would say over the course of 20 years, I've tested thousands of samples.
Okay. Let's talk about DNA for a minute. At a 101 level, what is DNA?
DNA is a substance that's found in the cells of our body, and it acts as a blueprint. It tells our bodies not only what form to take, but how to function.
Okay, and so do we all have different DNA?
Between individuals, with the exception of identical twins, our DNA is over 99% the same. And in forensics, we're targeting that less than 1% that's unique to an individual, again, with the exception of identical twins.
Okay, so for any two people in this room, their DNA is about 99% the same.
That's correct. That's why we all have the same basic form and our bodies function in the same way.
Okay. Which body fluids contain DNA?
DNA is found in the cells in our body. So for instance, in our saliva, it's our cheek cells that are sloughed off into that saliva. In our sweat, it's our skin cells that are sloughed off into that. DNA is also found in our bones and teeth as well.
Okay. And how can DNA testing be used in forensics?
In forensics, again, we're looking at those portions of DNA that are unique to an individual. They don't tell me anything about an individual. I can't tell you what color eyes they have, what color hair, how tall they are, but I can use that profile that's generated from an item of evidence and compare it to known individuals in a case to determine the source.
Okay. And what do you mean by profile?
A DNA profile is developed in our laboratory. We look at multiple different locations on the DNA, and half of our DNA comes from our mom and half from our father. And in looking at those, you receive one variable from each parent. So if I can compare it to blood typing, it's a letter. So we're looking at did you receive an A from one parent and a B from another parent, so you're an AB? This is the same, except we're looking at many more locations, and instead of a letter, it's a number.
Okay. And what is the process to determine who a forensic sample originated from?
It's a multi-step process. The first step, as I mentioned, DNA is found in our cells. So the first step is to break open those cells and pull the DNA out, and then remove all of the other cellular components from that sample. The next step is a process for determining how much DNA is present in that sample. Once that's determined, because in forensics we are typically looking at very low amounts of DNA, the next step is called molecular xeroxing. And it's similar to you have a whole dictionary, but you only want to look at 24 pages in that dictionary. So you're just going to copy those particular pages. Those are those specific locations on the DNA of interest in forensics. And it copies them 1,000,000-fold so that there is enough present to visualize. It's then put on an instrument called a genetic analyzer, and that is what interprets the DNA and gives those number assignments at each of the locations.
And those number assignments at each of those locations, is that called a DNA profile?
We refer to that as a DNA profile, yes.
Okay. So once you generate a DNA profile, what can you do with that? Can you compare it to other DNA profiles?
Yes, it can be compared to other profiles if there was DNA on multiple items of evidence in a case, and it can also be compared to samples from individuals in a case.
Is this method widely accepted by the scientific community?
Yes, it is.
And what steps do you take for the process?
Ensure the process works, roles built into the system. So there are samples known as negative controls. Essentially, they go through the same process as all of the other samples, but no DNA is added. So at the end, they should be free from DNA. If there's any DNA present in those, then we have to go back and look to see if something happened. There also is a sample of a known DNA profile. So at the end, I can look at that and make sure the correct profile was obtained so that I know the process worked correctly. In addition, we have multiple safeguards built in. So when I go into the laboratory, everything is bleached down, clean paper is put down. I prepare myself by wearing a lab coat, a mask, gloves. My hair is pulled back. Only one item of evidence is ever open at a time, and evidence samples are processed separately in time and space from samples from known individuals.
Is the Idaho State Police Lab an accredited DNA forensics lab?
Yes, we are.
What accreditation standards do you meet?
We are accredited through the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation, commonly known as A2LA. We are accredited under the ISO 17025, and that's the International Organization for Standards. 17025 are standards specific to laboratories, just in general laboratories. They have a separate set of standards known as R221, and those are the standards specific to forensic laboratories. So we have to be accredited to all of those standards. In addition, because Idaho State Police Forensic Services uploads samples to the National DNA Database, the FBI has established a separate set of standards known as the Quality Assurance Standards for forensic casework laboratories that we also must adhere to and be audited under.
And just, I should have asked you this earlier. Oh no, I did ask you that earlier, never mind. Were you assigned to work at case M2020-2233?
Yes, I was assigned to work some items of evidence in that case.
Does this case correspond to the state of Idaho versus Lori Daybell or Lori Vallow?
Yes, it does.
Okay. For your involvement, what items were sent forward for DNA testing in this case?
The items that I was specifically asked to examine were, do you want the laboratory case item number or just a description?
Just a description at this time.
So the first item were biological samples said to be collected from Tylee Ryan, and that consisted of molars and a section of rib. I was also given biological samples said to have been collected from a Joshua J. Vallow, also consisted of molars and a section of rib. I was also given known samples from individuals in the case, specifically Mr. Dennis Trahan, Trahan, as well as Ms. Vallow.
Okay. Now let's talk about Tylee Ryan. Did you do any DNA testing regarding Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I performed DNA analysis of one of the molars that was submitted, and that process involves thoroughly cleaning the exterior of the tooth to remove any surface contaminants or bacteria that could be present, and then taking that tooth and creating it a pulverized powder, and then that powder is what went forward through that multi-step DNA process that I explained earlier to generate a DNA profile from that item.
Okay. And were you able to generate a profile from that item?
Yes, I was.
And did you do any comparisons between that DNA profile and any other known DNA profiles?
I did.
Who did you compare it against?
I compared it to a DNA profile generated from the sample from Lori Vallow.
Did you write a report detailing the results of that testing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What were those results?
The comparison I performed was, sorry, that's echoing a little bit, was to determine if Lori Vallow could be a possible parent to the deceased individual said to be Tylee Ryan. So I calculated a statistic. It's known as the single parentage index. And what I determined was that Lori Vallow could not be excluded from being the biological mother of the deceased individual said to be Tylee Ryan. The single parentage index, which is a statistical calculation for the locations of DNA that I examined, was 2,528,000,000, and that 99.9999% of the female population would be expected to be excluded from being a biological mother of the deceased individual said to be Tylee Ryan.
Okay. Is there a way to get to 100% of excluding every other woman as being the mother of Tylee Ryan?
In paternity statistics and paternity calculations, I'm basing it on a population database. And that number I gave, that 2 billion number, that's a likelihood ratio. So it's comparing the two hypotheses. The first hypothesis is Lori Vallow is the biological mother of the deceased individual. And the second hypothesis is she's not. So that's calculating how likely are those two hypotheses. And the only way to get to 100%, because you're only looking at one half of an individual's DNA, would be to test every woman in the world and compare to that sample.
Okay. But can you just state again for the record what number of women, the percentage, are excluded from being the mother of Tylee Ryan?
Based on the locations of DNA that were analyzed, it's expected that 99.9999% of women would be excluded from being the biological mother of the deceased individual said to be Tylee Ryan.
And what was the statistical likelihood that Lori Vallow is the mother of in this DNA testing of Tylee Ryan?
So to state that differently, it is 2,528,000,000 times more likely that Lori Vallow is the mother of the deceased individual as opposed to another randomly selected woman from the population being the mother.
Okay. And I realize the way I was asking that question is probably not totally appropriate because we're talking about samples, correct? And so, yeah, that was based on the known sample of Lori Vallow and then the sample from the molar of what was assumed to be Tylee Ryan, correct?
Correct. I did a comparison of those two items.
Did you do any DNA testing related to J.J. Vallow?
I did. I had the tooth sample said to be from Joshua J. Vallow.
Was there anything remarkable about that tooth sample?
The tooth sample was different than any I have seen previously in that when I broke open the tooth, there were still, I guess the best word to say is plump blood vessels still present inside the tooth.
Okay. And what steps did you take in that DNA testing?
I performed the same process as described earlier. The only difference is I had to use forceps, fancy name for tweezers, to peel those blood vessels out because bones are treated differently than other types of tissue. So I needed to separate those and process them differently.
Okay. And how did you process both those items?
I did.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile for those items?
I was.
And between the molar and those vessels, were those profiles identical?
They were.
Okay. Did you compare that sample against any other known samples?
I did. That sample was compared against a sample from a Mr. Dennis Trahan.
Okay. And what were the results of that comparison?
Again, I was looking to see if Mr. Trahan could be a biological parent of the deceased individual. I performed the same statistical calculations. And so I couldn't exclude him from being a biological parent. And for the locations of DNA examined, the single parentage index was 602,000. And the probability of exclusion, other men would be excluded from being the biological father, was 99.9999%.
Okay. And did you put that information in a lab report?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, the state has no further questions at this time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right. That will conclude the testimony of this witness then. Is the witness allowed to be excused?
Yes,
Any
Your Honor.
objection?
No objection.
All right, the witness may be released. Also, thank you for your testimony today. The bailiff will help you be escorted off the bench to the out of the court.
Thank you.
In terms of scheduling, I'll inquire of the state. Do you want to get another witness started at this time, or perhaps look at the lunch break?
I think it'd be a good time to start the lunch break, Your Honor.
Okay. We will go ahead and take our lunch recess then. We will plan on starting back up by no later than 12:45.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let's have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, please. Jury's out for the count of court, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. The state's continuing with its case in chief. The jurors are all present and accounted for, properly seated. The defense is here as well as and the prosecution. Counsel, just before we get started here, I wanted to discuss briefly the scheduling we have. We'll need to be done today by 3:20 instead of 3:30, just so council's aware. And then in terms of tomorrow, we've determined we're going to have a shortened schedule tomorrow. We're going to go from 8:30 until 1:30 tomorrow, and we're not going to do a full lunch break, but we will provide something during one of the breaks for the jurors to have something so they don't have to go clear till 1:30 without lunch. So that's going to be the schedule for this afternoon and tomorrow. Mr. Wood, then, I believe when we left off, we needed to have another witness called at this time. Is that correct?
Yes, the state would call Katie Dace.
Okay. All right, before you get started with your direct, Mr. Wood, let me just inquire of the witness briefly. Have you at any time viewed any of the trial testimony in this case, either through online exposure to that, looking it up or reading it anywhere?
No.
Okay, thank you for your response there. While you're testifying, please make sure to talk directly into the microphone. Please make verbal responses to any questions so we can keep the record clear, and avoid talking at the same time as anyone asking you a question. So with that in mind, Mr. Wood, you can inquire on your direct.
Thank you. Ms. Dace, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Catherine Dace, D-A-C-E.
What is your occupation or profession?
I am a forensic biologist and supervisor with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services in Meridian, Idaho.
Okay. And how long have you been employed by the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab?
Since 2016.
Okay. Is that the first forensics lab you've worked at?
No.
What other labs have you worked at?
I began my career in 2008 with the Denver Police Department in Denver, Colorado. I worked there for approximately 4 years. After that, I went to work for a military contractor performing DNA services overseas for approximately 1 year. After that, in 2014, I went to work for the Texas Department of Public Safety in Austin, Texas. And then in 2016, I came to Idaho.
Would you describe your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in forensic biology from West Virginia University.
And did your formal education include the study of DNA?
It did.
Did that education include hands-on work with DNA testing techniques?
It did.
Are you certified by any boards?
Yes, I am certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in molecular biology.
And what are your duties and responsibilities at the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab?
As a forensic scientist, my job is to examine items of evidence for the presence of biological fluids and materials, attempt to generate DNA profiles from those items, and then make comparisons to known samples. As a supervisor, my job is to supervise other employees and manage budgets and things like that.
Okay. Did you receive evidence in the case of the state of Idaho versus Lori Vallow?
I did.
And is that identified in your lab by the number M2020-2233?
It is.
What evidence did you receive in this case?
I received autopsy samples from J.J. Vallow to include hand swabs, nail swabs, oral swabs, rectal swabs, and penile swabs. I also received tape and plastic from the body and burial site. I received some swabs from an apartment, 565 Pioneer 175. I received a chain and pendant, and I also received 18 hand tools from a garage/barn at the Daybell property. Lastly, I received a few reference samples as well.
Okay. Did you mention receiving bags?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about those real quick. Did you ever find, were you ever able to locate or generate a DNA profile from any material on any of the bags you were provided?
The bags from the burial site?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Did you ever do any testing on any duct tape?
I did.
Can you tell us what type of testing you did?
Yes, I received duct tape from the hands, ankles, and mouth, and then duct tape with a plastic bag from around the head, and tape and plastic that the body was wrapped in. I examined these items with the latent print examiner at the same time, and most of the tape and plastic had apparent blood and decomposition fluid present. So I tested all of those items for blood, which was positive. As far as DNA testing goes on the tape, I was looking at the tape ends for any irregular edges that could maybe indicate that someone had torn the tape with their teeth and left behind saliva. So I did swab a couple areas of that. And then lastly, I assisted Tara, the latent print examiner, with collecting hairs and fibers from the tape.
Excuse me. You said that some of that fluid tested positive for blood.
It did.
And where was that located specifically?
Really all over the surface of everything, all over the surface of the tape and the plastic.
Did you do any DNA testing on that?
No.
How come?
It was pretty clear it was decomposition fluid from the victim, and at this point we were trying to identify DNA that might be from the perpetrator, so it was not of evidentiary value.
You mentioned a chain and pendant that you received. Did you test those for the presence of blood?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to find any blood on those?
No, they were negative.
Okay. And you mentioned some swabs from apartment 175.
Yes.
Tell us what you did with those items.
There was a swab from a knife, and I tested that for blood, and it was negative. There was also a swab from a wall, and I tested that, and it was extremely weak positive, presumptively, for blood. And that was all the testing I did on those items.
Okay. Ms. Dace, I want to talk to you about some of the tools you received. Do you recall what tools you received?
Yes, there were 18 hand tools. It was a variety of shovels, a pickaxe, a pair of shears, a post hole digger, and several hand saws.
Okay. And did you do any type of testing on these tools?
I did.
Overall, what type of testing did you do with those tools?
I was looking for blood and potential human remains, so I did do blood testing on the tools, and then I also examined the surfaces for anything I thought that could be biological.
Okay. Did you find anything to be that you considered to be of evidentiary value?
Yes, I found several presumptive positive blood stains on the tools, and on several of the tools, I thought I found what could be charred flesh.
Okay. And what did you do with those tools specifically?
So I photographed them and collected what I found, and then I selected 4 samples of the potential flesh to run for DNA testing. Prior to that, I took photographs of that material with a stereo microscope to get a better visual sample or visual representation, and then I took portions of each of those for DNA analysis.
Can you tell the jury what a stereo microscope is?
It's a version of a microscope that is for items you can already see with the naked eye, unlike other microscopes where you're maybe looking at things that are otherwise invisible. So in this case, what I was looking at, I could already see, but you could not see, very clearly.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 201A through 201Q. Ms. Stace, do you recognize, or will you take a moment and look through State's Exhibit 201A through 201Q? And when you're done, let me know when you're done reviewing it.
Okay, I'm ready.
Do you recognize State's Exhibits 201A through 201Q?
I do.
What do they purport to be?
They are photos I've taken during my examinations.
And are these photos that you took yourself?
Yes.
And are they true? Well, what are they photos of?
There are photos of the tools that I examined, some of the material I collected from the tools, and some of the material under the stereoscope. And then the last photo is of some hairs from the tape.
Okay. Are these true and accurate representations of the photograph?
They are.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 201A through 201Q be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, may I have voir dire and aid?
Yes.
So on each one of these photographs, Ms. Dace, there are writings and notations. Did you superimpose those onto these photographs?
Yes.
So when he says, are these true and accurate photographs of what were taken, they are true and accurate to the extent that they hadn't been altered by this photoshopping or this superimposing other things on top?
No. All of these labels were made using Microsoft Paint.
Okay. But you superimposed them onto the photographs?
Yes.
Okay. With that explanation, Your Honor, I have no objection.
All right, thank you. Mr. Thomas, the exhibits 201A through Q are all admitted.
Sorry.
Ms. Dace, if I speak about item 36.4, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, it is one of the shovels.
Is that a number that was your lab assigned to that tool?
Yes, there were several tools in one bag, and that was item 36. And so each tool received a sub item 1 through 5.
Okay, so tell me about item 36.4.
It was a shovel that I examined, and on the blade of the shovel, I identified material I thought I might want to run for DNA.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that is my photo.
What is that a photograph of?
A shovel.
Is that item 36.4?
Yes.
Okay. What are some of the these things that have been superimposed? What does that mean?
I am outlining areas that I sampled, that I swabbed. So in addition to looking for blood or biological remains, I was also swabbing the tools for preservation.
Okay. And can you describe what we're seeing in State's Exhibit 201B?
That is a close-up photo of the blade of the shovel, and that is circling in the light blue what I collected.
Okay. And State's, what do you observe in State's Exhibit 201C?
In the previous photo, you could see the area that I circled. This is what I collected off of it, and this is under the stereoscope stereo microscope. And then the blue box is outlining the portion that I took for DNA analysis.
Okay. Were you able to generate a DNA profile from that material?
I was not.
Okay. Can you tell me about state's exhibit, or I'm sorry, lab item 36.5?
It is another shovel.
Okay. Can you tell me what you observe in state's exhibit 201D?
It is a shovel that is item 36.5.
Okay. And did you do any type of testing on this?
Yes, I also collected some material that I photographed under the stereoscope and ran for DNA.
Okay. What was it about that material that that caught your attention?
When I'm looking at these shovels and you're looking at dirt, and some of the shovels had what appeared like ashes on them, these fragments had a different appearance. They did not look like something that's normally in dirt. They looked like they could possibly be flesh, but it's difficult to know when you had a body subjected to fire. So I simply photographed them and then attempted DNA to see if it would work.
And what do you observe in state's exhibit 201E?
The line on the right side of the photo is pointing at what I saw when I had brushed away some dirt, and that material that's kind of a pinkish tan color is what I collected.
And what do you observe in state's exhibit 201F?
This is the piece of that material that I ran for DNA, and this is the photo of it underneath the stereo microscope.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from that sample?
I was not.
There's a blue box. What does that represent?
That is the portion that I took for DNA. The remainder was not consumed for DNA.
Can you tell me about state's or lab item number 36.1?
Yes, it is a pickaxe from that bag of tools.
Okay, let me circle back. I'm going to actually ask you about item 36.3 first.
It is a shovel from that same bag of tools.
Okay. Can you tell me what you observe in state's exhibit 201G?
This is a photograph that I took of the tool, and it is labeled 36.5.
Okay, and
or excuse me, 36.3.
okay, thank you. What, if anything, did you do with this tool?
Again, I looked for blood and collected debris and other material from the blade of the shovel.
What do you observe? What do you observe in state's exhibit 201H?
This is a photo of the back side of the blade of the shovel, and that circled area represents some material I collected for DNA testing.
Why did you collect that?
It had a somewhat soft texture, and again, seemed like it could possibly be biological remains.
And what do you observe in state's exhibit 36, or I'm sorry, state's exhibit 201I?
That is a photograph of that material on the back of the shovel, now removed from the shovel and taken by itself.
And what do you observe in state's exhibit 201J?
This is a photograph of that material underneath the stereo microscope, and the area outlined with the blue box indicates the portion that I took for DNA testing.
Okay. And there's something labeled green material. Do you know what that is?
I do not.
Okay, so you didn't test that material.
No.
Does the Idaho State Forensic Lab, do you test any materials?
Like trace analysis?
Yes.
We do not have a trace section at our laboratory.
Okay. In regards to item 36.3, were you able to obtain a DNA profile?
I was.
How did you do that?
DNA testing begins with identifying a sample that you want to run for DNA. I then take a portion of that sample and put it into a tube with unique case identifiers on it. I then break open all the cells to release the DNA. And then I determine how much DNA is present in the sample, called quantification. From there, we copy the specific locations of DNA that make our forensic DNA profile. And I then visualize those copies, which look like peaks on a graph. Once I have my DNA profiles for a case, I can begin to make my comparisons.
Did you receive any known DNA profiles prior to your testing?
Yes.
Who did you receive known DNA profiles for?
For me specifically, I received a sample from Chad Daybell, a sample from Melanie Gibb, and a sample from Richard Mao. The laboratory itself also received other reference samples.
Okay, and did you receive any other known samples from within your lab?
Yes, from JJ Vallow, from Tylee Ryan, from Lori Vallow, and I believe Dennis Trahan.
Okay, so this item,
Dennis Trahan.
I'm going to put this back up. This item in 201J was located on the back of that shovel. After you obtained a DNA profile, did you compare it to any other known profiles?
I did.
Did you find any match? Or what did your comparison show?
The DNA profile obtained from item 36.3.5 matched that obtained from the reference sample of Tylee Ryan. This DNA profile is at least 604 octillion times more likely to be seen if Tylee Ryan is the source than if an unrelated, randomly selected individual from the general population is the source.
Can you say that number one more time?
604 octillion.
How many zeros is octillion?
27.
Can you tell me about lab item 36.1?
It is a pickaxe from that bag of tools.
Okay. Can you tell me what you observe in States Exhibit 201K?
This is a photo of the pickaxe that I took and is labeled 36.1.
And what, if anything, did you do with this tool?
I tested it for blood and also examined debris and foreign material that I collected from the eye of the pickaxe.
And can you tell the jury what you observe in States Exhibit 201L?
This is a photograph of the head of the pickaxe. The circle in the center is referred to as the eye of the pickaxe. And when examining it, there was brown colored dirt present, which you see on the left side of the photo that was on the outside. And then when that was removed, there was a much darker material present around the eye in that area, which I collected, and that's more in the center of the photograph.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 2010. Is that the same pickaxe?
Yes, it's a close-up of that material still present on the eye that you can see kind of, where it was located.
I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 201L. And perhaps you already answered it, but what was the difference between, I'm going to point at this material here and this material there?
The material on the left looked more like dirt. That's not anything that's a scientific conclusion. That's apparent, that appears visible to me. And then the material in the center was very dark, and it was it had an oily texture. When it was removed from the eye of the pickaxe, the metal ring appeared to have kind of a dark, greasy ring around it. And then in the material were some larger fragments.
Tell me what you observe in State's Exhibit 201N, as in November.
These are the larger pieces of fragments that I removed from that dark kind of black material from the eye of the pickaxe. And then at the bottom, that blue line is pointing to the piece that I selected to photograph and run for DNA.
Can you tell me what you observed? One
Material under the stereo microscope, and the blue box represents the area I ran for DNA.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from that subject matter?
I was able to obtain a partial DNA profile from this item.
And what do you mean by a partial DNA profile?
For a DNA profile, look at 24 locations, and there are times when enough DNA or the DNA is degraded, and we get results for just some of the locations, and that's referred to as a partial DNA profile.
All right. And are you still able to do a comparative analysis with a partial DNA profile?
For this partial profile, yes.
Okay. And is it accepted in the scientific community to do a comparative analysis with a partial profile? What were the results? Well, what known samples did you compare this against?
I compared it against the known samples previously mentioned from this case.
Okay. So can you just say it again for the record, which names
Yes.
those would be?
Well, so in this case, the DNA profile obtained was a female. So in that case, we would just make comparisons to the female references. So I compared it to Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan. And I believe, I'm not sure if at this time we had the reference sample from Melanie Gibb. I'm not sure.
From your comparative analysis, did you come to any conclusions? What were those?
Tylee Ryan is a potential contributor to this partial profile. This DNA profile is at least 159 trillion times more likely to be seen if it originated from Tylee Ryan than if it originated from an unrelated individual.
Did you do any other testing on item 36.1?
Yes, there were some stains that tested presumptively positive for blood on the handle.
Can you describe what you observed in State's Exhibit 201M?
These are the two areas that tested positive, or two of the areas that tested positive on the handle.
What did they test positive for?
Blood.
Okay. And were you able to do any further testing on those samples?
Yes, I swabbed those samples and ran the entire swab for DNA.
Okay. Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from those samples?
I was.
Okay. Did you do that in the same manner in which you've described preparing a DNA profile before?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to obtain a profile?
Yes,
Do any analysis with that profile against other known profiles?
I did.
What was the conclusion? Were you able to reach a conclusion?
The DNA profile from item 36.1.3 matched that obtained from the reference sample of Tylee Ryan. Again, this DNA profile is at least 604 octillion times more likely to be seen if Tylee Ryan is the source than if an unrelated, randomly selected individual from the general population is the source.
You talked about examining duct tape.
Yes.
Is there a hierarchy of testing, and maybe that's what it is. Is there a priority of different types of forensic testing for an item such as duct tape?
Tape that was attached to a person, it's very likely to find their DNA, and it can be very difficult to find DNA from else. Since the duct tape to skin, it was touching the presence of blood and decomposition fluid. The chances of getting DNA profile quite low, and in this case, I only swabbed a few of the tape ends for saliva, and then left the rest of the tape for late analysis.
Ms. Stace, are you aware if any items that you did were ever sent to any other labs for further testing?
I believe some of the trace we collected from the tape was sent to another laboratory.
Okay. Can you tell me what you observe in States Exhibit 201Q?
These are some of the hairs that were collected from the tape from the plastic and duct tape that the body was wrapped in.
So this is the black bag and duct tape that were on the exterior of JJ, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So it wasn't the duct tape wrapped around his arms?
correct.
Okay. Is there a pointer up there?
Is this a pointer?
It's hard to see through the projector. On the yellow sticky pad marked as B, is there a hair on there?
Yes, it is on the top half of the piece of paper, and it kind of goes like that.
Okay. And is that a hair that you collected?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to test that hair?
No.
Okay. Are you aware if that hair was sent to any other lab for testing?
Yes, it was sent to Bodie Labs.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state has no further questions at this time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Thomas, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's okay. Now they're definitely not in order. Ms. Dace, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So, looks like you are currently a forensic biologist with the ISP lab, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And I got some of your work history. It looks like you worked at the Texas Department of something. Which department did you work at?
Texas Department of Public Safety in Austin, Texas.
And what did you do for them?
The same thing. I was an analyst, so I processed items of evidence and generated DNA profiles.
Okay. Similar to the work you do at the ISP lab?
Correct.
And is that the Texas version of the ISP lab?
Yes.
Okay, good. And you do supervisory work at the ISP lab?
Yes, since 2020.
Okay. But you also do analysis, or is that no longer, you don't anymore do analysis, or is that part of your job?
I still do it. Yeah, we're a pretty small lab.
Okay. All right. Looks like you received some autopsy samples, some tape and some plastic, and the state kind of walked you through a lot of that. I'm a little bit interested in the hair that you found. Do you recall which sample you found that hair on?
The hair that was in the picture just a minute ago?
Yeah, and on the little yellow sticky note.
Yes, that was, I believe, from 11.8. So the piece of tape 8 from item 11.
Okay. And you don't know where that came from on the plastic or wherever. That just came to you as a piece of tape?
No, it came to us. Some of the tape was still on the plastic. However, the latent print examiner did that deconstruction. So she would probably be able to better answer that question.
So it first went to the latent print examiner and then it went to you?
Yeah, when we received it, it was in the latent print lab and put it together. Some of the tape had to be unstuck from itself, and that's a slow process. So I was not in there for the whole thing. So I would come back and help when she was ready, and then a lot of times the tape was already taken apart and set up.
Okay. And is that Ms. Martinez?
Yes.
Okay. And so how long did that process take of taking the tape apart? And then when I guess what I'm asking, let me just start over. When was it that you saw the hair on the tape? Was that something that was brought to your attention, or was that something that you brought to Tara's attention or Ms. Martinez's attention?
It was simply part of our examination process. So before before the tape needed to go for latent processing, we wanted to remove what we could. So once the tape was unstuck and ready to be examined, I believe we went through it together, but I know that I was looking at each piece of tape and pulling off any hairs or fibers that I thought could be collected.
Mm-hmm. And how did this tape come to you? Was it kind of in a ball, or was it just layered, or how? I mean, when you're saying you had to unstick some of this stuff.
Yeah. It was inside an autopsy bag, so the medical examiner's bag, and I believe most of the tape was still stuck to the bag in a way that indicated it probably had been received that way from the burial site, so it hadn't been all taken off. I think a few pieces may have come loose, but those photographs were all taken by Tara.
Okay. And so inside the autopsy bag, you said there was like some fluid, loose fluid, things floating around in there, right? Or was I mistaken? Yeah. Okay. And so that's where this tape was as well?
Yes, and the black plastic.
And the black plastic. So that autopsy bag wasn't the black plastic bag?
Correct. It's a black autopsy bag containing black plastic and the tape.
I see. Okay. And so floating within this black autopsy bag, and when you say bag, autopsy bag, it's a body bag. Is that what I'm thinking?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So probably 6 feet long, and it's got a zipper on it, and you unzip it, and inside there is all the stuff that was floating around.
Correct.
Okay. So is it possible that this hair could have been part of that stuff that was floating around and got stuck on some of that tape?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You identified a couple of shovels that you thought might have DNA on it. and then you tested it and weren't able to get a profile, right?
Yes, 36.4 and 36.5.
Okay. And then you did DNA on one, and you got a match on a small particle that had Tylee's DNA on it, right?
Correct.
And when you give these big numbers of the possibility that it could be somebody else, that's based on a formula that you generate?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know what the current state of the, how do I want to say this? The DNA population that has been collected. Do you know the current state of that? How many DNA samples we have, or that you have to use in that?
There is a population database that was generated by the National Institute of Standards and Technologies, and that is what we use.
Right. And do you know how many samples are in there? I know my sample's not in there.
It's from known individuals who participated in the study. I believe it's around 1,700.
1,700.
Yes.
Okay. 1,700.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
Around it's. I don't think it's exactly 1,700, but it's right around there.
Right. And you're basing that on on a number, and there's a separate one if someone was Native American, right? They would have to go into a separate database, or there is a separate, how do I say this, separate formula for people that are Native American, right?
For some of the really small populations, there are separate databases that more accurately represent the DNA frequencies of their population.
Right. And so you don't know if Tylee Ryan is part Native American.
No, we only perform those calculations by request. So we don't know the ethnicity of anyone in our case unless someone were to ask us.
Right.
That. Yeah.
Okay. So your calculations are basically based on this formula, which is kind of taken from these 1,700 people that have put their database in, or their DNA into the database?
It's actually not in any sort of, it's not a database the way you would think of in terms of a law enforcement database. It's a research sample, and everyone in that database is a self-identified race. So there's Caucasian, Hispanic, and African American, and those are the three main ones. And if there were something different like Native American, that is a separate database set.
Okay. And you ran Tylee's off of the Caucasian database set.
So it actually runs off of all three, and we report the most common statistic or the lowest statistic. And in this case, that would be for Caucasian.
Okay. All right. And when did you run these tests on these DNA samples that you found on the shovel? When was that run?
I would need to refer to my notes to see those dates.
Sure, you want to do that?
Yes, please.
All right, we'll have the record reflect the witness is being shown her notes. You can hand those to her, Mr. Bailey. Thank you.
So for 36.1.5 and 36.3.5, my report is dated in April of 2021.
Okay. And were you ever in contact with the FBI with regard to they needed to have the FBI lab or those kinds of things?
No.
No. Okay. Did you think about possibly telling or I guess I need to know the thought process. There was some testimony earlier today where somebody testified to the fact that they didn't get any tools to make a tool mark analysis. Would this be something that you would, if you found evidence of DNA on a particular tool, that you would forward on to somebody else?
No, we only report our results back to the submitting agency.
Okay. And then it's on that submitting agency, the police department or the sheriff's department or the prosecutor, they follow through and and submit that to somebody else.
Yes. In this case, the tools did remain in our laboratory pending permission to consume the potential blood stain that was on the handle of the pickaxe. And so pending that decision making, the tools did stay in our custody.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right.
I didn't need to use these.
You know, did the collector know that you've done that? Any redirect?
Just very briefly. Ms. Dace, both defense counsel and I spoke to you about a hair that was collected from tape that was sent to another lab.
Yes.
Did that hair receive any identifying number?
It was 11.16.8B.
11.16.8B. Okay. I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
No follow-up.
All right. That'll conclude the testimony of this witness then. Is the witness here under subpoena? And if so, can she be released?
Release, Your Honor.
We have no objection.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. I'll have the bailiff help escort you out of the courtroom. All right. State can call its next witness.
State would call Tara Martinez. And Judge, while she's being brought in, can we ask for a sidebar?
Yes. All right, let's have the witness brought forward then to be sworn. All right. We will accommodate any assistance you need getting up here, the bailiff, so please take your time. All right, before we begin the testimony here, let me just inquire of the witness briefly. Have you previously reviewed any of the trial testimony in this case, either by listening to it from any source or by viewing any of the viewing locations here,
No,
or
sir.
reading any of it?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that in mind, in your testimony, please make sure to make verbal responses, questions. Try to avoid speaking. If you'd like to inquire on direct, you can do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please, and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Tara Martinez, Martinez.
Okay. Ma'am, how are you employed?
I work for Idaho State Police Forensic Services.
Okay. What is your title?
Science 2.
Okay. And what do you do as a forensic scientist at the lab?
So I'm in the latent print section. So that means I process items of evidence to develop latent prints and then compare those fingerprints, and then I respond to crime scenes.
How long have you been at the Idaho State Lab?
7 years.
Okay. Do you have any special training to do your job duties?
Yes, I first have a bachelor's of science in biological science with a minor in chemistry and a specialization in forensic science. And then I also went through a very extensive training program with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services, which included mock courts, testing, both written and verbal,
as well as exercises, and also had some external training.
And I forget, I didn't, if I heard, forgive me, where did you graduate?
California State University, East Bay.
And are you a member of any professional organizations related to your job?
Yes, the International Association for Identification. I'm also a member of their Pacific Northwest Division.
Now, you earlier said that you process latent prints.
I process items of evidence to develop latent prints, or in hopes of developing latent prints.
Okay. What is a latent print?
A latent print, latent means unseen. So a latent print is something that generally you can't see on a surface and is left unintentionally. So if I'm touching this desk here, I might accidentally leave a print behind. That would be a latent print.
Now, what is the process used to develop a latent print in your examinations?
So it depends on the item. When I get an item into our laboratory, I'll first look at what is the item made out of, meaning is the item porous or non-porous? So like water bottles and glass and things like that are non-porous, meaning they don't absorb water, whereas porous would be paper. So I look at things like that to see what kind of surface this is. Then I would look at maybe the texture of the item, the color of the item, and these things would help me figure out what process would be most successful.
Now, do people always leave latent prints?
No, it depends on a variety of factors. First and foremost is you individually. Some people just have better skin to leave latent prints. Maybe they sweat a little bit more. Maybe they produce more amino acids. And so they're therefore able to leave better prints and more frequently leave prints behind. And then also the surface makes a big difference. Is it dusty? Is it dirty? Those kinds of surfaces won't generally leave latent prints behind. And then is the item textured? So all of these things factor into if you'll leave a latent print behind.
If a latent print is left behind, how is it you would collect a latent print?
So on a typical non-porous item, like water bottle, metal, things like that, I first look at the item unaided, just my normal eye, to see if I see any latent prints that maybe are left behind in a little sweat. If I don't see anything, then I'll move forward and I'll look with an alternate light source, which is just gives you different colors of light. Try again to see if anything's left behind. Then I'll actually start the real processing, which starts with cyanoacrylate fuming or superglue fuming. And basically the superglue vaporizes into the air, becoming a gas, and it attaches into the latent print. It just attaches to the moisture in your print. So because prints are a lot of water, the glue likes to attach to the print. After that, I do a dye stain, which is generally makes the whole item stained, but again, it's more attracted to the glue prints because they're a different texture than the rest of the item, and then a non-porous item.
So when you talk, a lot of us think of fingerprinting as just dusting it with some powder. It sounds like there are multiple other steps.
Yes, dusting is one way to do it, but there are a lot of different techniques depending upon the item and what you're trying to look at.
If any of those processes work and you're able to sort of have a latent print appear, how do you go about comparing it to someone or something?
The methodology is ACE-B. Each letter stands for something. So the first is A for analysis. So I have this print, I've developed it from processing. I'm looking at the print overall to see, first, do I know what area of skin this print is from? Is it from the palm of your hand or is it from a fingertip? Stuff like that. And then I'll look at it to see what kind of distortion it has. Every print is going to have a little bit of distortion. So I'm going to see, is it smeared? Is it spotty? Things like that. And then I'll look at overall, do I think this print has value for comparison? Do I think it has enough information to be able to move on to the next step? And so the next step would be C, stands for comparison. And at that point, I'm doing the back and forth between the unknown print, meaning the latent print, and the known print. And I'm comparing the two to see the details in the unknown print, do they match the known print or do they not match the known print? And so I'm going back and forth to see, are the details similar? Are they spaced the same? Do they appear to look the same?
And then after that, I go to E, which is evaluation. So at that point, I'm saying, I think that these two came from the same source, the unknown and the known, or do I think they come from source and I can exclude the two? Or third option would be, do I not have enough information to say either way? Is the print going to be inconclusive? And then at that point, I'm done with what I'm doing. And then the V stands for verification. So another analyst comes behind me and starts the process all over again.
Okay. So just so that I'm clear, because there was a lot there. All right. Analysis, you look at the latent print to see if it's of sufficient quality to compare to something.
Yes.
All right. And then you do a comparison.
Yes.
All right. So if you have a latent print left of an object, how would you find something to compare?
Generally, an agency will let us know these are the person that could be involved in this case, and then I can get the fingerprints, the known prints from them directly, or I could get them through our database. So it just depends.
Okay, so when you say known prints, that's prints that someone took from someone who had an ID on them or have been identified with a particular person.
Yes.
Okay, and so you take the unknown that's on a surface and you compare it to known people that you have prints for.
Yes.
And you said something about a database. What do you mean a database?
Yes, so there's a few different databases we use. They're law enforcement databases, and the people could be in the database for a variety of different reasons. And so we can generally pull prints from that database to help us with our comparison.
Okay. Do you also sometimes go out and get prints from individuals so that you'll have copies as well?
Yes.
Okay. And then the evaluation process, was that the E?
That was E.
Okay. And that is where you look at them to see whether you believe they're a match.
Yes.
Okay. And then verification process, that's when somebody else basically double checks your work?
Yeah, they start from the beginning. So they do their own analysis, their own comparison, and then they have to do their own evaluation, and then we have to come to some agreement.
Okay. So let's turn to your lab. I believe it's 2020, and then the numbers are 2233. Are you familiar with that lab number?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the lab number associated with Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, JJ Vallow, and Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. What was your first contact, if any, with that lab number?
My first contact was we were myself and requested from laboratory to assist Rexburg Police Department at the coroner's office to help obtain prints from JJ Vallow.
Okay. And did you go to the coroner's office and get JJ's fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any other contacts with that case?
Yes. I later went to both Rexburg and St. Anthony to obtain fingerprints, footprints or foot exemplars, buccal swabs, and hair samples from Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Okay. So you got fingerprint samples and samples that could be used in DNA.
Yes.
All right. Those would be their known prints and their known DNA sample.
Yes.
All right. Did you also obtain any known samples from Alex Cox?
I obtained known samples, not myself. So I got some through two different means. The first was the FBI database, or they're on file with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, a fingerprint card. And then later I received other fingerprints from Gilbert Police Department in Arizona.
As a result of Alex Cox's autopsy.
Yes.
So you had two different known samples from Alex Cox.
Yes.
All right. Now, turning to that, in this case, did you do any actual latent print examinations?
Yes, I did latent print processing and comparison.
Okay. Can you tell us how you came in contact with the evidence that was submitted to the ISP lab in this case?
Yes, so I checked out items 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 18. And then I subsequently processed those items to try to develop latent prints.
Okay, let's break those down just so that we have a clear picture of what specific evidence you looked at. So item 10, what was your item 10?
Item 10 was a white drawstring bag with gray colored duct tape tape described from the agency as a bag around head JJ.
So it was a white bag that was around JJ's head.
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay, and that was identified as lab number 10.
Yes.
Okay. What was lab number 11?
Lab number 11 was a bundle or a mass of plastic bags and gray colored duct tape. The gray colored duct tape was labeled by myself as 11.1 through 11, and then the bags were labeled 11.12 through 11.15. And these were described by the agency as body bag and plastic JJ.
Okay. So when you say body bag and plastic, was it the plastic, a black plastic with gray duct tape on it?
Yes, the item that I processed was pieces of black plastic and gray colored duct tape, but it was submitted to me in a plastic body type bag.
Okay. And you processed that. Let's just quickly talk about how you processed it without getting into the late print analysis. What did you have to do so that you could process that item 11, the black plastic with the gray duct tape on it?
So first, a lot of the duct tape was attached to itself. So to be able to process it fully, both the non-adhesive side or the non-sticky side and then the sticky side, I had to take it apart from itself. So all the plastic was pulled apart from the tape and the tape was pulled apart from itself and hairs were collected during that process. And then I proceeded to do the non-porous processing sequence, like I mentioned earlier. But the duct tape, because it has an adhesive side, I added an additional process that targets that area.
Okay. Well, there was a couple of things in there I want to make sure I understand. So that the tape that was attached to the black plastic and identified to you as from body bag, right? You took that tape apart?
Yes.
Right? You pulled it apart?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you examine the black plastic?
Yes, both were processed for latent prints, both the plastic pieces and the duct tape. They were just pulled apart from one another to be able to process individually. Because anytime I'm processing an item, collect them, but to be able to do so. So I collected hairs in this item and put them back in its original packaging to be used later if needed.
Okay. And so when you say collected hairs, it's hairs off of that black plastic and the duct tape, the gray duct tape.
Yes.
Okay. So item 12, what was item 12?
Item 12 was one piece of gray colored duct type tape said by the agency to have been taped from mouth JJ.
And what is item 13?
Item 13 was one mass duct type tape, and that was said to be from ankles of JJ.
And item 14?
14 is also a mass of a bunch of duct type tape, and that was said by the agency to be from hands of JJ.
And item 15?
I
misspoke. 18.
18 was one green colored Letica Corporation piece of plastic. And that was said from the agency. But two of
I had you process it for the presence of any latent prints.
Yes.
Did you usable prints on that white bag that was labeled JJ had?
No.
There were no usable prints on item 10?
No.
Okay. On item 11, that gray duct tape on the black plastic, did you develop any usable prints on item 11?
Yes.
Okay. Item 12, did you develop any usable prints on item 12, the piece of gray duct tape? I believe you said hands?
That was mouth.
That was mouth.
And no.
Okay. And item 13?
Yes, I developed latent prints.
Okay, and that was around?
That was around the feet. Okay. Or said
item 13 was around what?
The feet, I'm sorry.
Okay. And item 14?
That was the tape around the hands, and I did not develop any latent prints there.
Okay. Were you able to pull any hairs off of that item 14?
I don't recall. I think there was hairs off of all the items, but I'd have to look at my notes to see specifically how many.
Okay. And were you able to develop any prints off of item 18?
No.
So just to be clear, which items did you get usable prints off of?
11 and 13.
Okay. Let's talk initially about item 13. Were you able to, after you developed some prints on item 13, were you able to compare them to any known samples?
Yes.
Okay. What knowns did you compare the prints on item 13 to?
Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, JJ Vallow, and Alexander Lamar Cox.
Okay. And were you able to reach a definitive conclusion about whether they matched any of those individuals?
No.
Okay. And so was there an inconclusive finding?
There was an inconclusive finding on both of them for two different reasons.
What were those reasons?
Latent print 13.1, and that was because of the quality of the print. Sometimes if the print just is very poor quality and doesn't provide a lot of information, it may be pushed through to, I can compare this print, but I just can't be certain on these details and can't rely upon them. So it ends up being inconclusive due to the quality of the print. The other one was inconclusive because of the area of skin the latent print was thought to have come from. I didn't have good recordings of those areas. So it was inconclusive, needing better knowns.
Now, what about item 11? You received usable prints. Were they of sufficient quality that you could do a comparison?
Yes.
Okay. In anticipation of your trial today, did you prepare an exhibit to aid you in explaining where you got those prints to the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Let me have, Your Honor, if I may I have the witness handed State's Exhibit 210, a copy of which has been given to both the court and the defense.
Yes.
Do you recognize the pictures that are in State's Exhibit 210?
Yes.
What are they?
The first photo is an overall picture I generally take when I first receive the evidence in. So I can take it as to show how the evidence looked before I did any processing. So that's the first photo. And this is showing item 11.
Okay.
Would you like me to keep moving on?
We'll have you describe each of them for
Okay.
the record, and then we'll show them all at once if they're admitted and the court permits.
Okay.
What's the second one?
The second photo is of item 11.12. So part of item 11 that has been, I've numbered out instead of just being item 11 with everything. This is 11.12. And the processing is done on the item. And I marked the latent print that I developed. So you can see an overall picture showing that this is where the print was found on the item.
And are each of those images fair and accurate pictures of what your observations were and of item 11 that you processed at the ISP lab in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 210.
I have one more. Did you want me to look at the last one?
Oh, yes.
The last one is a picture of 11.15. So again, it's a piece of item 11 that was processed, and it shows my marking showing that where the latent print was developed on this item.
With that record, Your Honor, I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 210.
Okay, and I just want to make clear, Counselor, before it's admitted and published, there were some modifications from the exhibit to the court's courtesy copy and counsel's, I believe, so.
Yes, Judge. It should be an exhibit of total of 3 pages as discussed at sidebar, which would be the cover page and 2 pages with images shown to defense counsel and the court.
Okay, with the exhibit limited to that, which will be submitted as evidence to the jury, is there any objection from the defense?
Given that explanation, Your Honor, we have no objection.
Okay, then the exhibit will be admitted. That's 210.
Thank you. And permission to display for the jurors, Judge?
You may publish it.
Thanks. So the front page of 210 is just a title page, correct?
Yes.
Your name, your position, and your lab number?
Yes.
Okay. And moving to the second page of 210, could you describe for the record and for the jurors what we're seeing in the second page of State's Exhibit 210?
Yes. So on the left, you're seeing on.
Sorry for moving it on you.
It's okay. On the left photo, you can see there's 2 different black bag kind of images. So on the right one, the one that looks like it has handles, that is what I'm calling the body type bag that the item was delivered in. On the left of that is the black plastic and the duct tape tape that is item 11, and that was the actual item that was processed. The one with
Could you
the
do me a
handles.
favor, just a second?
Yeah.
Let's just do me a favor. If you could you show the jurors which one you processed, please, using the laser pointer
Yes.
that's up there?
Of course. So this is the item that was processed. This item that was not. This is basically
Let
padding.
me ask you, the picture under which the bill is called item.
Yes.
And on the left-hand side of that picture was the item you processed.
Yes.
And on the right hand of that particular picture was the item you call packaging. Is that the item that the duct tape and the bags came in?
Yes.
All right. And what about the picture on the right-hand side of the second page? I believe it's labeled item 11.12.
Yes. So this item here, item 11 in its entirety, was multiple pieces of plastic. Well, not multiple pieces. I'm sorry. Let me correct that statement. A piece of black plastic. So taken apart, this is the bag in its entirety, is this picture on the right-hand side, and this is after processing. So what you're seeing here is just the bag part, and it's to show that this print here was marked. So that is print 11.12.1.
So when you say the print, that was the print that surfaced after you processed?
Yes.
Very generally, how did you process the item 11 so that the print 11.12 was visible?
So because there was both plastic and tape, I used 2 different processes. So I did the first process, like I described earlier, where I did visual and then alternate light source visual, and then the glue fuming, followed by the dye stain, followed by the powder. That's what I did on the bag. On the tape, I did the same thing, but I added a step, which is using a liquid powder that adheres to the adhesive side of the tape to try to visualize prints on the adhesive side.
Okay. And I know you said earlier that usable prints were developed. Were they developed on what part of 11 and 11.12?
On the plastic portion, not on the duct tape portion.
Okay. And are we able to see, there appears to be some handwriting up in the corner of that picture. What is that?
This green Post-it note here?
Yes.
Yes. That's just my labeling system. I'm adding an additional label because the picture's taken so far away because the item is so large. I added a little note there to show.
Okay. And then there appears some up at the
of what I think the orientation of the print is. And then I'm just drawing on it to show that that's the latent number. So this particular photo is showing that the latent is kind of angled and the print number is 11.12.1.
Okay. And so is that the area on the tape, on the bag, I apologize, the area on the black plastic where you found a latent print?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say the orientation, that's the sort of the direction the print was facing or going on that black plastic?
Yes.
Okay. And so once you were able to develop latent print 11.12, were you able then to take to any knowns?
Yes.
Did that comparison yield any results?
Yes.
What was results?
I identified 11.12.1 to the right finger of the card bearing the name Alexander Lamar Cox.
Were you able on this item to make any more conclusions about latent prints on item 11?
Yes, I have another latent that was developed on this item.
And what was that latent number?
11.15.1.
Okay. Turning to the third page of your exhibit, what are we looking at?
This is a picture of the part of item 11 passing, so it's part of the original bag. And this is showing the item after it was done processing, again showing my marking for the latent green yellowy color here.
Okay. And what number, I'm sorry, is it? It's kind of far away from me to see. What number was that latent identified as?
11.15.1.
Okay. And was there sufficient quality to that print for you to be able to do any comparison to that one?
Yes.
Who did you compare it to? What knowns did you compare it to?
For both prints, I compared to Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, JJ Vallow, and Alexander Cox.
Okay. And did your comparison yield any conclusions?
Palm, so this part of your hand in here, to Alexander Lamar Cox.
Okay. And so evaluation of item 11 in the lab, the black plastic with the duct tape, yielded 2 latent prints. Correct?
Yes.
And both of those latent prints matched the known prints of who?
Alexander Lamar Cox.
One moment, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
And just a real quick question, the hairs that you were able to obtain and pull, those were submitted and retained at the lab for further testing if necessary, correct?
Yes. So I repackaged them into a new point envelope just to keep them all contained. And then they the processing that went back into the vaults for someone else.
In Ms. days and saved for future testing, either at your lab or another lab.
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
We have no questions, Judge.
Okay, without any cross-examination then, that will conclude the witness of this testimony. May Ms. Martinez be released from any subpoena and excused?
Yes.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can be excused then. Please take your time. We'll have the bailiff assist you here, and if it helps, suggest the chair. All right, at this point, I think we'll take our mid-afternoon break, given the timing. Again, we need to stop by 3:20 today, so let's try and take this break as quick as possible, but I know it takes time with our 18 jurors at this point, so hopefully around 15 minutes or so.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, let's have the jurors brought back in.
right, please. Jury's all present, for Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22-21-1624. State continues to issue your next witness.
State calls to Chuck Consitis.
All right, just briefly, I'll inquire Detective Consitis, since you last were here testifying, have you reviewed or listened in on or in any way read the trial testimony last we're here? Okay, for that response then, Mr. Wood, you can go ahead and proceed with your direct examination.
Welcome. You've already been here, but just for clarity of the record, could you state and spell your last name for the record?
Last name is Consitis, Kunsiai.
Thank you. Detective, you've already your credential and explained that you've been involved with the case of the state versus Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Detective, were you present at Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th, 2020?
Yes,
Did you take part in the search of that property?
I did.
At any time, did you aid in the recovery of the remains of Tylee Ryan from that backyard?
Yes.
The area where Tylee Ryan was located, was there a name given to that area, or was it okay? Was there a name given to that area?
The pet cemetery?
Okay. Detective, at any time in your investigation, were you a part of efforts to obtain satellite imagery of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
Tell me how that came about.
So in late July of 2020, as the case was transitioning from a missing homicide investigation, we were still monitoring the social media sites and came across a news story out of Salt Lake City off of News. Their reporter was running a story that was centered around.
I'll object, Your Honor, to hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not coming in for truth matter. It's coming in to explain what the detective did next in his investigation.
All right. I will overrule the objection, indicate that it's for that limited purpose, and so to the extent it's quoting directly what anyone said, try to avoid that in your response, please. I'm sorry. So try to avoid any response that just directly quotes what anyone else said, if you can, in your response.
As part of your investigation about satellite imagery.
I did.
Related to the Daybell residence.
Yes.
On that news. Did you do anything in relation to that investigation?
So I followed up on the information that was depicted in that news story and reached out and contacted Apollo Mapping, which was the satellite company or satellite broker for that story.
Okay. And did you request any images from them?
We did. We requested any images, I believe from the 1st of August through the end of October for images with high enough resolution that we may be able to pick up details on the surface of the Earth.
Did you receive any images from Apollo Mapping?
Yes, there were 4 usable images that we obtained.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be shown State's Exhibit 142 and 142A. 142 is a business records affidavit. The defense was given prior notice of, so I believe that comes in by way of stipulation.
All right.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 142?
I do.
What is it?
This is the certificate of authenticity for high resolution satellite imagery from Apollo mapping.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 142A?
I do.
What is it?
This is a flash drive containing the images of the requested images from Apollo mapping.
Is that flash drive in an envelope?
It is.
Did you observe the contents of that flash drive?
I did this morning.
Did you initial that flash drive?
I did, and also dated it with today's date.
Okay. And did you place that flash drive in that envelope?
Yes,
Did you seal and sign it?
I did.
Is the seal intact?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 142 and 142A into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, like State's Exhibit 142 does purport to be a certificate of authenticity under Rule 902 of the Idaho Rules of Evidence. I do not object. I have not had the time since I handed this Exhibit 142A to review it since we've been in trial. But so I'll conditionally not object if the exhibit contains other items on there, then I may bring up an objection.
Okay, I'll keep that possible objection under advisement. Exhibit 142 is the certification. It's admitted. 142A will be provisionally admitted, I guess pending it being published and making sure that it's not something defense counsel hasn't previously had or has any further objections on. So if you'll just move through things slowly if you do intend to publish it, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, may I publish, and then I will do so slowly in a manner that defense has a chance to object if needed.
Yes.
Detective, what did you receive in terms of digital information from Apollo mapping?
We received the images and the raw data that accompany each photo.
Okay. Did it come in a folder like that?
It was placed onto a folder like that. It was downloaded over the Apollo mapping website.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to ask if the defense has any objection. There's these .tfw, the Apollo map is and then the actual images, which are these TIF files.
All right.
It appears to be what claims to be, Your Honor.
Okay, so no objection at this point. Mr. Wood, you can continue to publish.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed again. I apologize. He should have kept that. The business records affidavit.
Thank you.
Detective, when you received that business records affidavit, did it include information about the photos you received?
It did.
Can you tell me what the information contained about picture, the date and time of picture, the first picture is?
The first picture depicted is given the date of August 27th of 2019 at 18:33 hours UTC. That's the coordinated universal time. When adjusted to Mountain Standard Time, which is the time zone we are currently in, you take off 6 hours, minus 6 hours, so the time of day is adjusted to 12:33 in the afternoon.
Detective, is this that first image?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in. Do you recognize that property?
Yes, this is an overhead aerial image of the Chad Daybell residence located at 202 North 1900 East in Rexburg, Idaho.
Are there any landmarks that you recognize on that image?
Yes.
And if you could use a pointer just to point them out real quick.
This is the main Daybell residence. This is the 1900 East. And this is the tap. Here is a marker. It's a large. We have a fire pit right here. We have a standing section of fence. It's like a wood fence. It's got 3 or 4 rungs on it. It's about maybe 10 feet long, 8 to 10 feet long, if I recall. And then right here is a hitching post which is shaped like an H. It has a large diameter post, like, I don't know if it's the same width as like a telephone pole or something. It's kind of a large diameter, and that's the marker. At the base of that, there's a marker that was used for the pet cemetery.
Detective, can you tell me about the second picture, about the date and time it was taken?
The second image was taken on September 2nd, 2019 at 18:32 hours UTC. So again, adjusted for Mountain Standard Time, that's 12:32 in the afternoon.
Detective, is this that second picture?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in on it. Is this the same property you've been speaking about, the Chad Daybell residence?
Yes.
Okay. And the landmarks are the same as you saw before?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the date and time of the third picture?
The third picture was taken on September 9th, 2019 at 18:32 hours UTC, so adjusted for 12:32 in the afternoon.
And you said that picture was taken September 9th.
Correct.
Is there anything remarkable about that date in your investigation?
Yes, as part of our investigation, we believe that's the time frame, the day that Tylee was killed and buried on the property.
I'm going to zoom in. Detective, is this that same property?
It is.
It appears there's some cloud cover on that, but is there anything about that picture that stood out to you in your investigation?
Yes. So again, just to reorient, you have the main house, the attached garage and shop. Here is that standing fence section, and then you notice a large discolored darkened shape there right where the immediate area of the pet cemetery marker.
Okay. And what time of day was this picture taken?
This was taken at 12:32 in the afternoon, and approximately, it was less than an hour. This picture was taken less than an hour after we know that Alex Cox left the property.
Detective, can you tell me about the fourth picture?
The fourth picture was taken on October 25th of 2019 at 18:42 hours. So adjusted for Mountain Standard Time, it was 12:42 in the afternoon.
Detective, I'm going to zoom in. And is this that same property?
It is.
With the same landmarks that you observed before?
Yes, the residence, the outbuilding, you see the fence, and you also see the hitching post at the pet cemetery marker, along with the fire ring and the bush for markers.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Detective, so this is the same property. I'm going to go back to the picture taken on September 9th.
Okay.
And zoom in on that property. In your investigation, was there anything significant about that discoloration you spoke about earlier?
That was in the immediate area where we, apparently.
And this picture was taken September 9th, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions at this time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any cross-examination, Mr. Archibald?
Did you ask for all photos from this Apollo map company?
We did. There were photos that could have been used, but due to the capabilities of each satellite, how it was explained to me, how they're programmed. So some are for higher resolution, some are for lower resolution. There's different elevations. So the satellite images that use the lower resolution will just pick up topography like shapes of the mountains and the hills and the layout of the land, where the higher resolutions will depict sharper images that you're able to discern, like a house or a vehicle. And so out of all those images, there was only 4 that used that high enough resolution for us to.
And are these from a satellite that only passes over the property every 5 or 7 days, or is it a stationary satellite that's continually taking pictures of the same place?
I don't know. I don't know. I believe it's the satellites are moving around.
Okay.
And orbiting.
And so, did you send them Apollo mapping a subpoena, or did they just provide these voluntarily?
We sent them, well, the images, or are we talking about the
Yeah, the images.
We had to purchase the images. So the images totaled about $1,500 to purchase from the company.
I see. And so these images on the September 9th one, in your investigation, you believe this is the day that Tylee was buried on this property?
Yes.
Do you believe it's the day that she was burned on the property?
Yes.
Is there any indication in this photo from September 9th of smoke or fire?
No.
And is this the day that Chad Daybell texted his wife that he's going to have a fire in the backyard?
Yes.
And when you were out there in June of 2020, was there evidence of a fire the previous fall, if you could tell?
No.
This fire pit that was there in June of 2020, had it been there for some time? or was it, or could you tell?
I believe it was there for some time.
So this fire pit that you observed in June of 2020, was it like for roasting marshmallows or burning limbs from trees, or could you tell?
There was evidence that there was debris that was being burned in there, and it also could be used for marshmallow roast.
And so in your investigation, have you been able to tell if Tylee was burned there on that property or burned somewhere else and transported to that property? I don't want you to speculate.
I'm not going to speculate. I just know when we were removing her remains, there was, you could smell fuel. So that's what I can speak to.
Okay. Any evidence of a fire in the fire pit and then having Tylee's remains dragged over to where you found them?
There were pieces of bone fragment and tissue that we collected that were sifted from that fire pit. So there was something there. Whether to say if they went from the pet cemetery to the fire ring or a fire ring to the pet cemetery, I can't answer that.
Okay. And the image that you showed us from September 9th was that 12:32 in the afternoon?
Yes.
A little bit cloudy on that day.
A little cloudy.
But as far as you could see on that satellite imagery, there was no smoke or fire that you could see?
No.
All right. Thank you, Detective.
Any redirect?
Detective, in the photo from September 9th, is the fire pit obscured by clouds?
Yes.
That's it.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude the testimony of this witness then. We'll have the bailiff go ahead and assist you out. I don't know if you want me to inquire if the witness will be excused, received, or remain available in the case.
Your Honor, we're just standardly keeping our law enforcement members available in case they need to be recalled later.
Very well, thank you.
I don't know if the court wants the envelope that 142A was in.
Yes. Can I have a very quick sidebar with counsel here? All right, Ms. Blake, if you'd like, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. This state will call. And Your Honor, before we get started, I would note that Ms. Williams is a victim in this matter.
Very well. I was made aware of that. I don't believe the exclusionary rule would apply in this case, so I don't need to inquire as to whether or not any of this trial has been observed by this particular witness. So with that in mind, I'll just advise Ms. Williams, if you would please make audible responses, verbal responses to any question, and avoid talking at the same time as anyone questioning you. That'll help us keep a clear record. And with that, Ms. Blake, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name and spell your last name?
Samantha Gwilliam, Gwilliam.
Are you related to Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I am. She's my sister.
Do you recall being contacted by law enforcement about a pet cemetery on Tammy and Chad Daybell's property in Idaho?
Yes.
Were you aware if Tammy had a pet cemetery?
Yes, I knew she had one. We had seen it when we had gone up to visit.
And I would ask that the witness be shown State's Exhibit 23A. I have 3 copies, so one for the court counsel, and then if we can have the witness shown one. And when you talk about a pet cemetery, do you know where it was located on the property?
Yes, it was on their property to the side of the red barn. They had a fire pit that we did have marshmallow roasts at, and there was a fence with a little dog statue next to it. My niece's dog was buried there, and that's why.
How do you know, does it depend of the property? Your Honor, for the admission of State's 23A, I'm not sure that it was previously admitted. Another witness may have used it.
Any objection?
No objection.
I don't believe it was previously admitted, so 23A is now admitted.
And if I could have permission to publish that to the jury?
Yes.
And I think there may be a pointer up there.
There is.
Can you indicate where you knew the pet cemetery to be located?
Right here in this little fence, you can see the little dog statue right at the base. This is the fire pit.
And how did you know, or I guess you've indicated that, was it common for Tammy to have a pet cemetery?
Yes, we all grew up with pets, and they were like our family. So when they pass away, we always buried our properties.
And that property in particular was, do you know whether that property is 202 North 1900 East in Fremont County, Idaho?
Correct.
Did Tammy love animals?
She did.
Do you know if she loved them her whole life?
Yeah, we always had pets, guinea pigs, she had ducks, like the whole gamut. We had all of them.
The animals seemed to love Tammy.
Yeah, she was, they were, and she loved taking care of them.
Was that the same way with people?
Yeah, she was a little bit of an introvert, but she loved people and loved taking care of them. She loved her grandkids.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be shown State's Exhibit 298. I believe defense counsel has already been provided a copy. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
It's my sister.
And Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 298.
Any objection?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Archibald.
When was this picture taken? Do you know?
It was taken at the wedding of one of her children.
Do you know about what year this picture was taken?
Hold on just a second. It was within the year or two of her passing.
Maybe 2017?
Yeah,
or-
probably 2017. I can't remember. All of her children got married quickly, the older kids within a year of each other. And so within the same year. So it was all, within the year or two of her passing, because she just started having grandchildren.
With that foundation, Your Honor, I don't have any objection to the exhibit.
All right, okay, Exhibit 298 is admitted.
Thank you. And may I publish it for the jury?
Yes.
There's 5 of us.
Where did Tammy fit in that one?
She was the second oldest.
And how many brothers?
We have 3 brothers.
You and Tammy were
Yeah, we were the only sisters.
Were you close growing up?
Yes, we're only 4 years apart, and so we we're far enough apart. We didn't fight, and close enough together that we got along really well.
And did you maintain that closeness as you entered into adulthood?
Yes, we talked every day and saw each other every day, and we did everything together with our children.
And do you recall when Tammy started dating Chad Daybell?
Yeah, I do.
Did you know him from before?
Yes, his family lives in our hometown, and so I went to school with his brothers. He was older than me. He was the same age as my oldest brother, so he was not one that I hung around with, but I knew him.
Did you like Chad when she started dating him?
Yeah, he was a really nice guy.
Did you feel like he treated Tammy well?
Yeah, he did.
And then they ultimately ended up married?
Yeah.
And throughout their marriage, did you feel maintain contact with Chad and Tammy?
Yes, we were very close.
Was Chad in fact friends with your husband?
Yes.
Prior to Tammy moving to Idaho, how close did she live to you?
We were 2 blocks away from each other.
How often did you see her?
Every day.
Do you know how many kids Tammy and Chad have together?
Yeah, 5.
And you mentioned earlier Tammy's also a grandmother?
Yes.
Did Tammy want to move to Idaho?
At first, no. She doesn't like change, and all of her family was there. So in Springville, so it was not something she wanted to do at first.
Do you know whose idea it was for them to move?
It was Chad's.
Did Tammy work prior to moving to Idaho?
Yes, she did.
What did she do for work?
At the time that they moved, she was the special ed secretary at the high school. And previous to that, she worked at the elementary school as the computer teacher.
Was she good with computers?
Oh, she was amazing with them.
She was the go-to person?
She was the go-to person. If any of us had a question about something, that she could answer it, and she would pick up any new software and could figure it out. She was self-taught and was very smart.
And the 2 jobs you mentioned, she worked closely with children?
Yes, she did.
When they first got married, do you know what Chad did for work?
He was working for the Springville City Cemetery for the Parks Department. He was part of the cemetery upkeep crew. They helped prepare all the graves, and they took care of the cemetery, upkeep.
Was he also involved in ever digging graves that you know of?
Yeah, that was part of their job, is that they would dig all the graves that came through for any of the burials at the cemetery. Eventually, he came back and was the sexton at that cemetery, at that Springville. It was at the Evergreen Cemetery in Springville. And then eventually he was a sexton at the Spanish Fork Cemetery.
How did you find out about your sister's passing?
Chad called me the morning that she passed away.
Do you recall what he told you?
He told me that she had been really sick, and that she'd been coughing all night, and had gotten up and with a coughing fit around midnight, 1 o'clock, and had gone back to sleep. And he was awakened by her that morning when she rolled out of bed dead.
Did that make any sense to you?
No, because I had just seen her 2 weeks previous to that, and she hadn't been she wasn't that sick at all. She was very healthy.
Did she indicate to you any activities that she was participating in?
Yeah, she was in a clogging class, and she was showing us some of her clogging moves, but she was also preparing to run a smaller race in their town. So she was trying to stay fit and healthy.
And how old was she?
She wasn't 50 yet. We were going to get ready to celebrate her 50th birthday.
When she came to visit in October, was that a normal visit?
No, it was out of the blue.
Did anyone come with her?
No, she came by herself, and that was unusual because Tammy didn't like to travel alone.
Did she tell you why she came down to visit?
Chad told her that she needed to come visit her family.
Was she able to see all of the siblings?
No, it was me and my mom and dad.
Did Tammy ever indicate to you that she had suspicion that Chad was having an affair?
No, she never said anything about it. If she did have any inkling, I think he probably brushed it away.
Did you notice any change in Chad and Tammy's relationship?
Yes, they stayed with the first week in June of 2019, and something seemed off. They were very awkward at our house, and Chad wouldn't converse with my husband like they normally do. It just seemed really strange, and we weren't sure what was going on.
Were there any other instances where things seemed a little off?
Yes, in my birthday in July, Tammy showed up at my front door to give me my birthday present. I didn't even know they were in town, and he stayed in the car the whole time. She literally stood in my house for 5 minutes to talk, and then they just left, and he didn't even bother to come in and say anything. It was really weird.
And that was of 2019?
Yes.
Had you and Chad had any kind of a falling out?
No.
And Your Honor, I'm noticing the time, so.
All right, well, I appreciate that, Ms. Blake. Unfortunately, we need to break for the day, so we can continue with testimony of this witness tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right, thank you, Counselor. That will conclude trial for today then. We'll start back, as I mentioned, tomorrow at 8:30 and plan on schedule until 1:30 with a shortened break time. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as we break for the day again, please continue to follow the admonishment to not talk to each other or anyone else about this case. Don't do any investigation. Don't follow it on the news. Don't look into it in any way so you can maintain your impartiality. And appreciate you doing that every day. So that will conclude trial for this afternoon. We'll go ahead and break for the day.
All right, please.
Okay, well, that concludes this session. So, interesting. So, I guess we have cross tomorrow, and I'm not sure who comes after that. I'll set up the time, and I'll make sure this time that I find the right feed from the start, because that was quite the setback. I'll bid you good evening, and hope to see you in the morning. Bye-bye. I can get the it seems to be lagging here.